Welcome to the Beginner Gatsby course and thank you for enrolling. I'm Thomas Weibenfach and I'm going to be a teacher and guide through this journey. I've been creating websites since, I think roughly 1995, and Gatsby is one of the most exciting things that has happened to web development in modern times. I fell in love with it instantly, just as I did with React a few years ago. It's super fun to work with and it makes your sites extremely fast and SEO friendly. Gatsby uses the latest techniques like React and GraphQL in a beautiful combination, and it's gaining more and more ground in the web development ecosystem for each day. By learning Gatsby, you make sure that you have cutting-edge knowledge about modern web development. So take a deep breath and be prepared. And as always, make sure to have fun while learning. Let's begin. I'm super excited to kick off this course, and we're going to start by talking about what Gatsby is, because I think there can be a lot of confusion about what, for example, a static website is compared to a dynamic website. And this is the site that we're going to build, and I'm going to talk more about that in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about what Gatsby is. And the best place to start is on the Gatsby webpage. So GatsbyJS.org, you can read everything about Gatsby there that you need to know. And I have to stress that their documentation is fantastic. So I'm probably going to mention that a lot in this course because I think it's the best documentation that I ever read. They cover everything. And if you don't find it there, you can always do a quick Googling and you will probably find a solution to your problem. All right. Fast in every way that matters. That's the tagline that Gatsby uses on their site. And that's actually true because you build blazing fast sites with Gatsby. And why are the sites so fast? Well, that's because they are static. And what is a static site? I know I had some confusion about that myself when I started to grasp this topic and started to create sites with Gatsby. I don't know about you, but I started to create websites in the early 90s. I think it was 93 or 95 maybe or something like that. And back then you didn't have any databases or stuff like that. You just created HTML files with CSS and maybe a little bit of JavaScript to make hover effects on buttons and stuff like that. And this is exactly what Gatsby will do for us. It will create static HTML, CSS and JavaScript files for us. And you don't have any connection to a database. And that's why it's so fast. This also means that you have some restrictions when you create sites with Gatsby because, for example, if you have a site that is going to need a lot of dynamic data, a lot of calls to a database and API and stuff like that, maybe Gatsby won't be the best choice for you if you have a site that is going to update the data, let's say every minute or so. But actually, you can build everything with Gatsby because Gatsby will, by default, recognize those things that need to be dynamic, and you can create a site with mixed dynamic content and static content. Gatsby will create HTML files, CSS, and JavaScript files for you that's not connected to any database or stuff like that. You can just copy them to a server and get up and running, and that's why it's so fast. And that's also why you need to have a little bit of different workflow if you have, for example, a blog that you're going to update with different blog posts and stuff like that. Like, for example, in WordPress, you change your post, you create a new post, and then you publish it, and it's published. You can't do that with Gatsby, because when you change your data, the site has to be rebuilt. And this, depending on the size of the site, will take different time. They just recently launched Gatsby Cloud. It's up here at the top. So they brag here that it gets 20 times faster builds with Gatsby Cloud. I just started to play around with Gatsby Cloud and it seems really awesome, actually. And I also use Netlify to publish my sites. I'm not sponsored in any way by Gatsby or Netlify. I just think they're really good for this purpose. And we will look into how to publish and deploy our site with Gatsby Cloud and Netlify at the end of this course. I hope that explains what's different with a static site and a dynamic site, and also explains what Gatsby really is, because Gatsby is a static site generator. It will create static sites for you. So you have to think in another way and not in, for example, the WordPress way, where you always make requests to a database. And also you can source data from anywhere into Gatsby. That means You can have different content management systems, or you can have Markdown, as we're going to use in this course, and you can grab it from different APIs. So it's really, really flexible in that way. And then it builds the site, and internally, Gatsby uses GraphQL and React. So that's what we're going to be using in this course. And Gatsby is actually a very good way to learn React and GraphQL. But I will stress, I think you should have some basic knowledge of React and maybe a little bit GraphQL also, because I won't go into detail on how React works and how GraphQL works. We will look at it, of course, and I will explain stuff also, of course, but I won't go into detail on every aspect of, for example, React. All right, so I think that's it. I highly recommend you to visit the Gatsby site and read through the docs and maybe the tutorials so you have a basic knowledge before you start this course. This is a beginner course in Gatsby, but it isn't a beginner course in React and GraphQL. Okay, in the next video, we're going to check out the site that we're building. All right, let's check out the site that we're going to build in this course. And it's going to be a blog, and I know that it may sound boring to build just a blog, but actually a blog is a really good starting point when learning Gatsby, because it will have almost all the aspects that you need to know to build more advanced stuff with Gatsby. So this is the site that we're going to build. We're going to have a blog. It's going to have a night and day mode. We're going to have a menu with different pages. And we're going to have a hero image. We're going to have pagination for our blog posts. And we're going to show different blog posts on the homepage. And of course, you can click and show the blog post itself. So this is the site that we're going to build. And I have provided you with all the elements that you need for this site. So you're going to get this design, and it's going to look this beautiful when we're finished with it. And of course, it's also going to be responsive in every way possible. So we're going to have a mobile menu and stuff like that. It's a fully working site, but I highly suggest that you use this site as a base and modify it yourself when you finish this course, because I haven't done all this advanced, for example, hover stuff and things like that. I have some small hover effects, for example, but it's mostly like I changed the opacity and stuff like that. So you can make it a lot better, because I don't want to have too much of that going on in this course, because I will focus on Gatsby so that you that enroll this course will learn Gatsby in a very effective way. So that's why I won't focus that heavy on CSS and styling. Honestly, I think this actually looks good, so you can use it as it is. But I highly suggest that you modify it yourself after you finish the course. Don't modify it meanwhile you're doing the course. Do it afterwards. Okay, in the next video, we're actually going to start creating something, and we're going to set up our project with the Gatsby CLI. Before we move on and do some actual coding, I want to show you the starter files. It's absolutely important that you download the starter files for this course, because I have provided you with a lot of stuff that you will need for this course. When you download the starter files, it's a zip file, and you unzip it, you will have 5 folders inside of that one. And the first one, files to be copied to the project. This is the folder that holds the files that I will instruct you to copy to your project folder later when we set up the project. And it's the Markdown files, it's the fonts, and it's the images. And then I have the number 2, fully configured project to start from. If you don't want to set up everything from scratch, you can use these projects instead. And I've marked them here before video 9. Start here if you want to set up the plugins and absolute imports. So in this folder, everything is set up until before I start setting up the plugins and create the code for the absolute imports. So just navigate inside of this one. You can rename it to whatever you want. Run npm install in this one, and it will install all the dependencies, and then you can go from there. And the other one here is, if you don't want to set up the plugins and you don't want to create the code for the absolute imports, you can start from this one instead. And this is from the video 18, and this may seem like a long jump here between them, but it really isn't, because I have a chapter where I talk about the tech. So there's no coding in that chapter, and that one is optional if you don't want to listen to very short introductions to the tech we're using in this course. All right, that's folder number 2. And then folder number 3. This one is also really essential because this one contains all the stepped solutions. If you have some trouble somewhere on the road in this course, you can check these folders and the code here. This folder corresponds to the video you're currently at. So if something's not working and you've tried everything you can go to these folders here, run npm install, and check out the code and run the project. This contains the working code for each video. So really important. Use this to check out the code inside of these folders if you don't know how to solve it yourself. All right. Number 4, finished app. I think it says everything. Inside here, you have the finished application. And number 5, I provided you with the styles for all the components here. So these are the files with the style components. If you don't want to create the styles yourself in this course, I try to separate it out as much as possible from the videos. So I first create the component, and then in the next video, I create the styles. But there's one thing you should have in mind, and that is, in the videos where I create the styles, I also import these styles and set it up in the component itself. So if you don't want to create the styles and you use these files instead, you should be very aware of that. So you have to look that up in the styles videos also, so that you import the style components correctly and set it up in your component. All right, so that's it with the starter files. Very important, download the starter files before you start the course. It's time to start this course for real, and we're going to use the Gatsby CLI to bootstrap our Gatsby site. So I've opened up a page here at gatsbyjs.org. It's in the docs and quick start, and here they tell you all about how to set up a project from scratch. And as I mentioned before, I assume that you're not a complete rookie developer, and you should have some basic knowledge in React. I also assume that you have Node and npm installed, because npm is a must-have if you're a developer. npm is something that you get when you install Node, so it's a package manager that we're going to use for this one. So npm and probably a few other stuff that you need to have installed. You need to have, of course, an editor for your code, and I'm using Visual Studio Code. I think that most of the people use Visual Studio Code today. So if we check out the quick start, they're telling us about the Gatsby CLI, and you could install it globally by npm install -g Gatsby CLI. I'm actually not doing that in this course because I use npx instead when you install it, and I'm going to show you that in a second. If you use npx to bootstrap your application, you're not installing the Gatsby CLI globally on your system. Instead, it will always get the latest version of the Gatsby CLI when you bootstrap your application, and that's great because you never know if you have it globally on your system, you may not have updated it to the latest version. So that's one advantage of using npx instead of installing it globally. You can do whatever you want here. If you want it globally on your system, you can install it globally with this line here in your console. And when we create a new site, we use the Gatsby command that we get when we install the Gatsby CLI, and the new keyword, and then the name of our site. So that's what we're going to do in this video. Okay, so I go inside my terminal and I type npx Gatsby new, and the new keyword will create the new site for us. And I'm going to call it Weben-Gatsby-blog. And Weben is, of course, because my family name is Webenfalk. You can call it whatever you want. You don't need to use my name if you don't want to do that. And I press enter. This will take some time, so I will cut here and come back to you. So everything installed smoothly, and I didn't have any errors here. It may appear some errors on your system depending on what you have installed and stuff like that. That's different on different systems. But if everything is finished and there's no really major errors, you should be fine. I clear my console and we can try the site out. But first, make sure that you actually navigate inside of the folder that we created. Because now you can see we have this Weben-Gatsby blog here, and this other one here, that's the finished site, but we're not there yet. This is the one that we created, so it's very important to actually navigate inside of that folder. And that's the folder we're also going to be in all the time, and also when we install the dependencies later. So cd Weben-Gatsby-blog, and I clear the console again. And we're inside the correct folder, and we can type npm start to see if our site works. And Gatsby builds the site now, so that's why it takes some time. And it started up everything correctly here. So you can see we have this localhost 8000. This is where our dev server is going to be. And we also have this localhost 8000 /, and then we have 3 underscores and GraphQL. This is the GrqphiQL editor that I'm going to talk about in a future video. And we're going to use this a lot in this course to create GraphQL queries. But for now, we can just click on localhost 8000 to see if our site works. And it does, and that makes me happy. So we have successfully bootstrapped our application with the Gatsby CLI. So let's move on. In this video, we're going to talk about all the files that was created when we bootstrapped our application with the Gatsby CLI. So I open up my code editor, and here to the left, I have all the files in the folder that we created. You can see it's the folder Weben-Gatsby-blog. So that's the folder that we created when we bootstrapped the project. All right, so first of all, we have a README Markdown file. Yeah, it's a standard Markdown file, nothing to say there. Actually, it tells you a little bit about how you can start the server and the Gatsby CLI, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, a lot of stuff here. You can read that if you want. Then we have our package.json file, and you can see all the dependencies here that's installed for our application. And this is Gatsby stuff here. Of course, Gatsby is installed. You have the Gatsby image. That's the one that we're going to use for creating optimized images. Gatsby is heavily based on plugins, and you have a lot of plugins if you look at their homepage. If there's something you want to do on your Gatsby site, there's probably already a plugin for it. So these are 4 plugins here that are installed by default in this starter, and we're going to talk more about plugins later, so I won't go into detail here. And Gatsby source file system, that's the package we use to source our files, just as it says here. And transformer sharp, that one is also used with the images to optimize our images. Prop types, that's something in React that you use to verify your props. Of course, React and React DOM is installed. And you have the React helmet, and this one is going to handle stuff that's in the head tag on your site. So I highly suggest, if you're unsure about all this stuff, you can make a quick Google and check out these packages here and see what they'll do. Okay, then we have the dev dependencies. It installs Prettier for default. I have Prettier installed in my editor, and I also have ESLint installed for my editor. So it may not look the same when you code as I do in the videos, because I have Prettier and ESLint installed as plugins to my Visual Studio Code editor. And I'm not going to say anything about that, because we all like different plugins and stuff when we code. So this is just my personal preferences. But they install Prettier as default in this starter. And keywords, yeah, nothing to say about that. We have the scripts here. So we have build, that's Gatsby build. And as I used before, we have start, npm run develop. It will run the development environment for us if we use that command. You can also type develop, and it will run the development environment also. So npm start will start up the dev environment, and you can also type npm run develop, and it will start it up also. And build is used for when we build the site. Because remember that npm start and develop, it is a development environment, and it will not be an optimized build. We have to build it with build when we're finished with the site to get an optimized build of our site. And test, yeah, there's some tests. I'm not going to go into testing in this course. And we also have a command for the server here. All right, but Gatsby start is that we're going to use the most in this course. And then we have the package lock. We have the license file. we have a file that's called Gatsby-ssr.js, and this is for server-side rendering. We're not going to be using this file in this course, so I won't talk more about that. We have a file that's called Gatsby-node.js. This file we are going to use. It's in this file that we're going to create all our posts and pages programmatically, so we will get back to that. And the Gatsby-config, you probably guessed it. It's here where you set up all your plugins and the config for the site. And of course, we're going to do this also very soon in a future video. This is the file that you use for the browser APIs. And we're also going to talk about this later when we set up the light and dark mode, because then we need to be in this file to set it up. All right, then you have some config for prettier and prettier ignore, and you have the git ignore. Then you have the src folder, the old usual src folder. And of course, it's in here our source code is going to be. And for now, we have a folder that's called components, and we have a few components here. We're going to create our own here, of course. Instead, we have an images folder. We are going to copy our own images to this folder. And we have a pages folder, and here we have the index. So this is React code that you see here. And it can be good to know that this folder that's called pages, everything inside of here, Gatsby automatically creates a page for. So if you create a component in here, for example, the index.js file, it will create a page for us automatically. So the page that's called page-2 here will get a slug with page-2, and you can use that to navigate to the page. And Gatsby does this automatically when you place them in the page folder. But this isn't that handy. Of course, if you have, for example, blog posts, then you have to create a new file all the time and copy the code and stuff like that. So we will create our pages programmatically instead. So that's the folders. And then you have the public folder. And it's in that folder that your site goes when it's ready. It is in the public folder. And then, of course, you have the node modules and a cache folder. So that's the folder structure and the files in this project. Let's move on to install the dependencies we need in our project. All right, we're going to install the dependencies that we need for our site. And we're going to use Markdown as the source for our content on our site. Then we're going to need a plugin to show the reading time. If we look at the site here, we have this nice little string here that tells us an estimate on how long this article will take to read. We're also going to use style components to create the styles for our site. So that's also some dependencies that we need to install. But let's start with a Markdown. I've opened up a page here at the gatsbyjs.org site, and I can't stress this enough. The documentation is amazing. So I'm almost certain that you'll find everything you need on their site. And here they tell us all about how to make your site work with Markdown files. And if we scroll down here, you need something that's called Gatsby Source File System. That one is already installed as we used the starter when we bootstrapped our application. So we don't have to install that one. And you also need something that's called Gatsby Transformer Remark. And that's the one that we're going to install. They also tell you here how to set up the plugin. We're going to do that in another video, so I'm not doing that in this video. We're just installing the dependencies here. So this is the one that we need to install, Gatsby Transformer Remark. So let's go back to our terminal. Make sure that you're inside the correct folder. That's the side here, Vaben-Gatsby-blog. And then we type npm install --save. And I don't think that you need to type in --save if you're on a new version of npm, but I'll use it here to be consistent of what they're telling you to do here. And you also can just type npm I if you want to do that instead of the complete word install. But npm install --save Gatsby -transformer -remark, and we press enter. It installed perfectly, and that's great. So let's move on. We're going to install the reading time as I talked about, and as usual, we have a page for it here that explains everything for us. So we can scroll down here and see what we have to do. They are using Yarn here, and you can, of course, also use Yarn instead of npm in this complete course, but then make sure that you don't mix them together. So if you're going to use Yarn, always use yarn. Don't mix it with using npm sometime and yarn some other time. Use yarn or npm. I'm using npm in this course, as I stated before. So back inside our terminal, I can clear it. And we type in npm I -- save. And we have the Gatsby -remark -reading -time. And we press enter. Okay, so that's the reading time and it's installed correctly. Let's move on to the style components. And yet again, we have a page here on the site where we can read all about how to set it up in our project. So if we scroll down here, somewhere here, npm install, there you have it. For this one, we need to install 3 different dependencies. First, we have the Gatsby plugin style components. This is the specific plugin for Gatsby with style components. Then we have the style components itself. And then we have the Babel plugin style components, so it will transpile correctly for us. All right, so these are the 3 that we have to install. Back inside our terminal, I clear the console again. npm I -- save Gatsby -plugin -styled -components. All right, that's the long name. Be careful with the spelling here. So that's the first one, and I'm going to install them all in one go here. The next one is styled -components. And the last one is the Babel plugin style components. Babel -plugin -styled -components. Let's hope I got this right. I press enter and see what happens. Yeah, it seems to have worked, and that's great. That is all the dependencies we need for this project. So we can start it up to see that it works. npm start. You can always use npm start to start up your dev environment. Okay, let's press this link here to see if it works. And it opened up in another window for me. Okay, so I have to type it in manually. Localhost 8000. And the site is working, and that's great. And that means that we have installed everything that we need for this project, so we can move on. Okay, it's time to copy the files that I provided for the project to our own project folder. So up here, I have a Finder window. I'm on a Mac, as you can see. So it, of course, will look different for you if you're on a PC. But this is the project folder. It's the Weben-Gatsby-blog. So this is the files here. You should have downloaded the starter files. It's a zip file. And when you unzip this file, you will have different folders inside of that one. And you have a folder named 1 here, files to be copied to project. Please note that these folders may change name in the end of this course because I'm recording this now before I've actually finished the course. So you may have a few other folders here, but remember that it's going to be the folder that has the one that is going to contain the files that we're going to copy to our project. So we navigate inside of that folder, and there you see we have a src folder. And inside of that, we have a content, a fonts, and images folder. So the content is going to be all the Markdown files that I will provide for the project. We don't have to write any Markdown ourselves. And the fonts, naturally, is going to be the font that I use for the site. And this is a Google font, so it should be free to use. And we have the images for the design. So these are the 3 folders that we need to copy to our project. So make sure that you copy the src folder and navigate inside of your project folder and just paste it in. And it tells me here now, this is in Swedish. It asks me if I want to replace or if I want to merge them. It's very important that you don't overwrite the old files inside of the source folder. So I want to merge them and make sure that I kept the old folders here. So I have the content, I have the fonts, the images, and I still have my pages and components folder. Very important, make sure that you don't overwrite the old folders because then it won't work. And I can also tell you that you will have a folder here, that's the number 2, that has a fully configured project for you to start from. If you feel that it's difficult to install all this stuff that we've done with the dependencies and copy the folders and bootstrap the Gatsby project and stuff like that. So if you navigate inside of this folder and type npm install from your terminal inside of that folder, it will install all the dependencies automatically for you. So you don't have to do all these steps that we've done before. And that can be good to know if you have trouble getting it to work. And hopefully this folder will work for you. Okay, that's our folder, and that's all for this video. In the next video, we're going to set up the site and also make some config for the plugins. Soon we're actually going to start coding. We just have to set up our plugins and our project first. And for this video, I'm going to be in the Gatsby-config file. So make sure that you navigate inside of that file, gatsby-config.js. And then I'm actually going to close this sidebar because, as you can see, I have a really large font size here. So I have to maximize out the space here so I see what I'm doing. And this is because, of course, I wanted to see also in the video what I'm doing. So I bumped up the font size to a really large font size here. It probably looks great for you, but it's not that great for me to code with that size. All right. So I'm inside the Gatsby-config file. I can remove this old one there. And first I'm going to change the title. This is, of course, going to be the title of our site. This is also in Node, so we use module.exports. Node doesn't use ES6 exports by default. So we export a JavaScript object here, and this JavaScript object can have different properties. And we have this property that's called site metadata, and we have the title, description, and author. So these are very self-explanatory. We have the title, of course, of our site, and I'm going to call it Gatsby from scratch. And we have a description, so we can remove these ones here. You can type in whatever you want here. Type in something fun, something that makes you happy. And something that makes me happy is Weben's awesome Gatsby tutorial site. That makes me happy. And then, of course, author is going to be Weben Falk on this one. All right. So that's the site metadata. And then we have a property for the plugins. And the plugins is going to be in an array, and you can add as many plugins you want here. And first we have the Gatsby plugin React Helmet. So that one is already set up for us. And if we go to the end of that row and create the new row, we create backticks, or you can, of course, create regular quotes or double quotes or whatever you want. But the standard in Gatsby is that they use backticks. And I'm actually thinking about always using backticks, because why should you have 3 different ways to write quotes? Backticks are great because you can use JavaScript expressions inside of them. And I'm going to show you that in the course also. So make sure you have a backtick or whatever you prefer here. And then we have our plugin that's called Gatsby-plugin-style-components. And we end it with a backtick, and make sure that you also create a comma. Otherwise, it will give you an error. So that is all we need to set up our style components for Gatsby. And then we have a plugin that's called Gatsby Source File System. And when you have some options that you want to provide for your plugins, you create an object like this. And resolve is the property where you type in the plugin name. And then you have the options property where you also provide an object with the options that are set for the specific plugin. But if you don't have any options, you can just type it like this as a string, as I did here. But now we're going to have options because we're going to set up the file system to also source our data from our Markdown files. So this one here, Gatsby-source file system. With that plugin, you can tell Gatsby where you have your files that you want to use on your site. And in this case, they're setting up the images folder, and __ and dir name is something that you have in Node to get the current directory name. And they set up the folder in the src /images. So we can look at that here if we go inside our source folder, we have our images. So that's the folder that is set up here to source the images for us. All right? And we can do the same to set up the folder where we have our Markdown files. So in this case, I will actually copy it. We don't have to type this in from scratch because it will look almost the same. Paste it in just below. Make sure that you have the comma here also. Otherwise, it will not work. So we use the Gatsby source file system again. You can do this as many times as you want. You can use this plugin. And this one is going to be for our content. And the path is going to be inside src and content. And this will make sure that we tell Gatsby that we have our content files in that folder. Then we also will set up the plugin that will make all the Markdown files work for us. And that's the Gatsby Transformer Remark plugin that we installed. So we create a new object down below here. Make sure that you create a comma. And inside of that object, we have the result property, backticks, Gatsby-transform-remark, like that. And this plugin is the plugin that will transform all our Markdown files to readable HTML in our project. All right, so that's the plugin. Then we have to set up some options for it. So we have the options property. And the options is going to be an object. And we're actually going to set up some plugins for the plugin now, because we also installed a plugin for the reading time. So you can set this one up with a plugin to the plugin. Maybe a little bit confusing, but in the options object, we also can have a property that's called plugins. And we have an array with the plugins that we want to use. So we have backticks, Gatsby-remark-reading-time, and we end it with a backtick. And we have a comma after that one, just to be consistent. All right, so we set up the transform. No, it should say transformer, not transform. Make sure that you change that. If you typed in transform, it should say transformer. Okay, so we have the Gatsby Transformer Remark, and we have set up the Gatsby Remark Reading Time. So that's the plugins that we need. And that's also all the plugins that we installed and that we're going to use in this course. So we hopefully successfully set them up, and we can actually save this file and start up our site to see if it works. So make sure you go inside your terminal and type npm start and see what happens. Yeah, it seems to work. Let's open it up to be sure. Localhost 8000. Yeah, it's working. So that's great. That means that we set up our plugins correctly, and that's great. In the next video, I'm going to teach you a little trick, and that is how to set up Gatsby to use absolute imports on our components. I'm going to show you a little trick now that will make the development a little bit easier when creating components and importing them with React. If we look inside of the index.js file, you can see here where they import the components. They're using it with a relative path. So you always have to type ... or if you're in a deeper subdirectory, you have to type ... And as you can figure, it can get a little bit annoying, to be honest. So we're going to configure Gatsby to use absolute imports instead. And that means that we can type it out something like this instead. So we can remove all of these here. And this will be an absolute import instead, because we'll configure Gatsby with Webpack, so it will always look in the src folder. And that's why we can just type out components and /layout if we want that component, or image, or the SEO in this case. This is just to show you now in this video. We are going to refactor this file later, so you don't have to do it now if you don't want to. But if you want to follow along, just remove these and save the file for now. And then we're going to be inside of the Gatsby-node file. And Gatsby-node is a file that is run when Gatsby builds your site. And you can read more about it here on that URL here. And if we look at the docs on the site And as I mentioned before, you use this file if you want to create pages dynamically, as they tell you here in the text. So this is a great place to start to read more if you want to dig deep into what this file is. We're also going to use it to add nodes with GraphQL as they describe here. So I'm going to show you that in a future video. But we're going to use this file now to set up Webpack when Gatsby creates its Webpack config. They have another page here where they describe how to add a custom Webpack config. As you see here, they have something for everybody in the documentation. You want to do something, and they probably already covered it in the documentation. So it's great. Okay, so we have these instructions here, and what we want to do is to create absolute imports. So they have a section for that down below here, and they tell you all about it, how you should do it here. And when Gatsby is creating your site and building the site, you can export the function that's called onCreateWebpackConfig, and you call this function with some different arguments. We are going to use the actions arguments, so they destructure it out here. And then from the actions, you can call the setWebpackConfig. And this is Webpack stuff when we set this up. So if you want to know more about how Webpack works, I, just as Gatsby, will recommend you to read more on the Webpack's official docs. I'm not going to go through Webpack here, but because that can be a very advanced topic, to be honest. This little function here will take the path source, the src folder, and set that as the default for us. So we can do absolute import with the src folder as a base. So that is what this will do. So let's go back inside our code editor. So you can remove this if you don't want to have that comment on top of your file. So I'll remove it. And then you can make a new comment for absolute imports like that. Then we export. This is, as I said, ES5 syntax because this is Node. ES6 syntax isn't default in the Node, so we use ES5 syntax here. And we have the function that's called onCreateWebpackConfig equals. Then we have a parenthesis and curly braces because we can destructure out the actions that we need. And the structuring is something that's also in the ES6 syntax in JavaScript. So it's really handy to destructure out things, and you do it a lot with React. You probably already know this, as you should know a fair amount of React before starting to use Gatsby, I think. So we have the actions here. That's a property in the object that we destructure out. We create an arrow function. And then from our actions, we have something that's called setWebpackConfig. We have a parenthesis and a new object. We're going to give this an object with a property that's called resolve. And that one has an object too. And then we have the modules. And as I said, this is Webpack stuff. I won't go into detail on Webpack stuff here. That will take too long to explain. Then we have an array. And first we have the path.resolve double underscore and the dir name. And as I told you before, this is the directory that we're working in. It's node stuff. And then we set it to src. And as the second element in our array, we set it to node modules like that. And we can have an ending comma also. Do some auto formatting. And as you can see in the default setup with Gatsby, they don't use trailing semicolons. So we're going to go without trailing semicolons. There's one more thing we have to do because we're using path up here. So at the top of this file, we create the const and name it path and require path. And this path is something that's built in with Node, so we can require that one. Do some auto formatting, and as you can see here, Gatsby also wants double quotes. I always use single quotes, but okay, we'll go with the default setup for this one. So that's everything we have to do to set up absolute imports. And as we already removed the relative imports here in the index.js file, we can just make sure that we've saved it. and removed all of them here. And then we can go to our terminal and run npm start. And we check out the site, and it seems to be working, so that's great. So that will make our development a lot more easier. We don't have to type ... all the time when we import something. In the next section, I'm going to talk about the tech that we use for this site, and that's Markdown, that's style components, and also talk a little about GraphQL. If you feel comfortable with those parts, you can actually skip the next chapter and move on to the chapter after that when we continue on with the coding. In this chapter, I'm going to do a quick talk, and I really mean quick, about the tech that we're using on this site. If you don't want to listen, when I talk about Markdown, style components, and GraphQL, you don't have to look at this chapter because we won't code anything in this chapter. And as I said, this is going to be a speed talk because I can't go into detail in all this tech because then this course would be too long. So we're going to use this tech in the course and hopefully learn some stuff along the way also. And in this video, I'm going to start with Markdown. And first, what is Markdown? Well, Markdown is a plain text formatting syntax that will make it easier to write your text for the internet. And Markdown is an alternative to a WYSIWYG editor. Whoa, I hope I got that right. It's short for what you see is what you get. And this is the kind of editor that is used, for example, in WordPress. So you write your text in a Markdown file, and this will later be converted to HTML. I did some quick Googling and found this cheat sheet on the internet where you can find a lot of great stuff about Markdown. They have this table of contents, and you can choose here what you want to learn. So, for example, the headers, if we look at them here, you can see that in a Markdown file, you can create headers like this. If you have one hashtag, that means the H1 header. If you have two, that means the H2 header, and so on. And if we scroll down, if we want to emphasize our text, for example, italics, you can use one asterisk on each side, or you can have one underscore on each side. If we want to make it bold, you have double asterisks or double underscores. And then, you can see you can combine them here. You can have a strike through. You can do everything that you can do in HTML, but in a much easier way, I think. So this is so you don't have to write text with a lot of tags and stuff like that can be intimidating for people that don't know HTML. Then you have lists, of course, and links and stuff like that. You have everything available to you to write, for example, in our case, a good blog post. And we can look at images here also. You can create it both with the inline style. You have an exclamation mark and these square brackets. Then you can have your alt text. And then you have your image URL in parentheses. And this will create the image for you. Or you can reference it like they do here, the exclamation mark, the square brackets with the alt text, and then square brackets again, where you have your reference. And then you reference it like this here, square brackets and the name that you create up here. All right, so let's take a quick look. If we create some text here, this is a Markdown file. So if I want to create, for example, an H2 header, I create two hashtags, and then this is an H2 title. And this will be converted to an H2 tag in HTML. And then, for example, if we write the paragraph here, you can just type in your text. And if we do like this one will automatically be converted to a P tag, a paragraph, and this one will also be that. So we have two paragraphs here, and that will convert to two P tags in HTML. And let's say that we want an H3 tag. We do 3 hashtags, and this is an H3 title. So this is a very, very short introduction to a Markdown file. And in the next video, we'll take a look at the Markdown files that we're using in this course. Okay, I'm back inside of the code editor for this video, and we're going to check out the Markdown files that we're going to use for our site. And we have this folder that we copied to our project folder that's called content. if we open up the content folder, you can see that there's 4 files and also another folder. So these files about contact, hero, and site config are Markdown files. And you specify a Markdown file with a .md file extension. So if we check out this about.md, you can see that we have some text here. And this is obviously going to be the about page in the course. And you may wonder what this is up here. And this is something that you can add to your Markdown file that's called front matter. And front matter are kind of like variables. You can specify them up here and we can grab that data inside our application. So in this case, I specified a type that this is a page. We have the date. I want to have an image on this page. So I specify that one here. And the slug, we're actually not going to use this slug because we're going to auto create slugs. But I want to keep it in here so you can see that you can have your own slug here. WordPress works like this, that you can specify your slug yourself. And then we have the title and then the text. So, as I said, this is called front matter, and you specify the front matter inside of 3 dashes, and you end it with 3 dashes also. If you remember from the last video, you can, for example, create a header. Let's say that we want an H2 tag. We can specify it like that. If we want an H4 tag, we can just create 4 of them instead. It's actually really easy when you get a hang of it. In this case, we're going to grab our title up here, so we don't need to have a title here. And these ones are automatically going to be wrapped in p tags. And as you can see here, I create a header here and also some text here. So this is actually all there is to it with front matter. It's easy to work with. You just have a little bit of syntax you have to learn to start using it. One thing I will say about this is you must specify an image here because otherwise the site will break. There are some possibilities that you don't need to do that, but it requires more setup. And I was thinking a lot about this, but I think it's classified as more advanced usage. So I won't do it in this course. So please note that you need to have a proper image URL here. Otherwise, it will break. And in this case, the image folder is 1 level up. So you have to specify //images and then / and the name of the image. So it's really, really important. These ones are relative URLs and not absolute as we did before. So you have to go up a level and then down a level into the images folder or where you have your images. And this is maybe moving a little ahead of things, but we're going to use a plugin to optimize our images. Gatsby is great on optimizing images. And as they're in the images folder that we already set up in our Gatsby config, these images here will get processed automatically. And you don't have to do anything. It is automatically when they're in that images folder. Because Gatsby is smart enough to know that this is an image, I will process it with that specific plugin that processes the images. All right, I hope that made sense. And then we have a folder here that's called posts. And of course, inside of here are all our posts. So nothing special about it. We will get a slug automatically with a / posts and / and the post name. So if we put them out here, we don't get that post slug as we're going to create these automatically, as I'm going to show you in a future video. But that's also maybe moving ahead a little bit. This is the Markdown files that we're going to use in this course. In the next video, we're going to talk very shortly about GraphQL, because we're going to use GraphQL to fetch our data with Gatsby. Let's talk a little about GraphQL in this video. GraphQL is hot. Everybody's talking about GraphQL. And I think also that a lot of people talk about GraphQL and use it without even question if you should use it. Some say that it will replace REST APIs. And yeah, maybe so. I happen to like GraphQL and think that it's great. But I also know that REST APIs are widely used all over the world in different projects. And it's not going anywhere soon. So I won't go there and tell you that you should only learn GraphQL, because in real-world projects, you're most likely going to work with REST APIs, depending on what project, of course. But GraphQL is great. And I think it's going to be an even bigger deal in the future. And Gatsby uses GraphQL internally to query for data. So we're going to use GraphQL when we want to get some data, for example, from our Markdown files. All right, so they have a fancy description here for what GraphQL is. And as usual, on different sites like this, it can be hard to grasp, and you want a more down-to-earth description. In short, I think the big deal with GraphQL is that you only have one endpoint. You can query all your data from one endpoint and get all that data back in just one request. With a REST API, you're most likely going to have multiple endpoints, and you have to call them in sequence to get all the data that you want. So that's a very, very big advantage with GraphQL. And it looks, if you scroll down here, I think they show it here. It looks a lot like JSON because you specify your data. This looks like a JSON object. So you specify it, and the data you get back is a JSON here that looks, oh, by the way, they use Luke Skywalker as an example. I'm a very big Star Wars fan. Some of you probably already know it. But for you who don't, yeah, I love Star Wars. It's great to see Luke Skywalker here. All right, anyways, as you can see, you specify the data. This is the GraphQL query here, and you get it back as JSON, and it has the exact same structure. So you can probably already see the benefits with this in many ways. One is that I told you that you just have one endpoint, and then it's very easy to work with this data in your application. You have the same format when you query it as you get back. With a REST API, it can be a little bit more tricky to query the right data that you want. So that is, in short, what GraphQL is, and we're going to use GraphQL a lot in this course. And in the next video, I'm actually going to give you a short introduction to how GraphQL is used in Gatsby. All right, let's talk a little about different GraphQL queries in Gatsby. And you basically have two ways that you can query data in Gatsby, and that is with a static query and with a page query. And what's the difference between them? Well, a page query, as you can see here, that's the query that we're going to build for a page in this course. So if you feel a little bit intimidated about the code now, don't be, because I'm going to explain all of this stuff later in the course. I'm just using it here as an example. And this is a page query because you have your component here, and you have, you can see here, that's the page, and we have the component, the JSX here. And then we export the component. And when you create a page query in Gatsby, you create a const that's named query, and you export it. And then you have the GraphQL tag here that you can send in a template literal with your GraphQL query to. And the main difference between a page query and a static query is that you can use variables in a page query, because a page query will have access to the page context, and we can send in data to the page context that we want to use on this specific page. For example, in this course, we are going to send in some variables to the page context from our Gatsby node file when we create the pages dynamically. So that's the main difference. And there's, of course, stuff behind the scenes, but I don't think it's essential for a beginner Gatsby course to go that far in the explanation. So for now, you should just know that the only query type in Gatsby that can have variables is the page query. If we look at a static query then, in this case, I've created a hook that's called useHeroQuery. And that hook is using a static query to query for the data. So we can check out that hook here somewhere, useHeroQuery. And this is the hook that I created for this query. A useStatic query, you import it from Gatsby, and then you have the GraphQL tag. And then you create your query here. And the difference, as I said, is that you can't have dynamic variables in this query. So that's also why it's called a static query. It can't have dynamic variables. You can't change your query dynamically by using variables. But otherwise, you can do all the stuff that you can do with a page query. So to be honest, I think I use static queries most of the time. But of course, sometimes you have to send in a variable, as we're going to do when we create the pages, for example. And then you have to use a page query. And then also there was this, it's still there, but I call it the old way. You also have a component for the static query to use instead of the useStaticQuery hook. But I never use that component, so I won't teach that one in this course here. But as usual, if you want to check it out, you can see that they have a page about this also, and they talk about the static query component here also on the web page. So that's short about static versus normal queries. And a normal query is the page query. It's the same. They call it the normal query here. So that's short about static versus normal queries. And a normal query is a page query. It's the same. Okay, this is the last video on GraphQL in this quick recap of the tech we're using in this course. And this is going to be about GraphiQL, an in-browser IDE. Because when you start up your development environment in Gatsby, you also get this neat GraphQL editor to use. And it looks like this. And how does this work? Well, to the left here in the Explorer, you have data about all the queries that you can use on your Gatsby site. And also you have some documentation here. And you can also see that the queries that you have here, this is everything you can query for on your site. And of course, this editor is used very widely in the GraphQL field. And for example, if you would also have mutations in GraphQL, they show up here in this editor. But in Gatsby, we are only dealing with queries because we're querying data. We're not mutating anything in Gatsby. So we're going to have queries here. So we can close this one. And actually, it was not long ago that you didn't have this Explorer. Then you could check out the queries here and you have to type in the queries yourself. But this Explorer is really neat to use actually because, for example, if we want to query or markdown data somehow, we can go inside of the all markdown remark. We get the data back in something that's called edges, and we have a node, and then we can select what data we want to query for. In this case, I want to query for the HTML and ID, and this is for the all markdown files. And as you can see, it builds the query automatically here. And this is what a GraphQL query looks like. It's very similar, as I told you before, as JSON. It will follow the same structure as the data you get back in the JSON object. We ask for the all markdown remark. We have our edges and we have a node. And inside the node, we have the HTML and ID. And we press play. And as you can see here, we get the data back that's in our markdown files. So this is a very neat way to query your data. You can test your GraphQL queries before you use them in your code. I highly recommend that you have this editor open and always try out what you want to query before you put it in your code, because that is a very great way of working with this. And you will make sure that your queries actually work before you put them in your code. And that's great. So this is the GraphQL editor. We will use it more in the course. And I highly encourage you to use it as much as possible when creating GraphQL queries in Gatsby. Okay, next up is style components. That's the last tech I'm going to have this very, very quick recap of before we start coding for real. So I'm at the style components homepage, style-components.com. As always, it's a really great idea to read the documentation before you start using anything. And style components is a library that's CSS in JS, as they call it, because you're using CSS in your JavaScript. And style components has gained a lot of ground the latest years. You create a component just as a regular React component with your styles, and you use that component in your JSX. So it will make your code look really clean, and it's really neat to use it in combination with JSX. They have some example here. In this case, they create a button component, and we call the styled function. And we're going to import the styled that has a property in this case that is the A tag. And for this one, you have what I call a template literal. So you send in your CSS as a template literal in your style component. So you can write regular CSS inside of this, and it will get parsed and used as the style component. So that's really great. And one thing that's also great with style components is that you can have props for them. So it's really easy to change stuff with different conditions depending on the props that we send into our component. And we're going to do that a lot in the course also. So as you can see here, they create the component here, and then they use it here in the JSX, just like a regular React component. And in this case, they have the href because this is an A tag that is style here. So you can use all the default props that you want. And target is blank and rel no opener and a lot of this stuff here that you can use. So you use it as a regular A tag if you have defined it as an A tag up here. And of course, you can define it as any HTML element up here. So it will make your code look clean and it's really neat to use. It's fun to use style components actually. And if we look in, for example, the hero styles here, I'm going to place my styles in a separate file. They didn't do that on the page there. And this is also a code style. It's a very subjective matter. I like to have them in a separate file because I think all this CSS will make the components look dirty, if you call them dirty. So I like to have them in their own file because the components will look a lot cleaner that way. So I export my components here and I'm going to import them in the component where I want to use these style components. But as in this case, you can see I have a wrapper on the hero image. So I call styled that I imported up here. And I tell style that this is a div that I want to use. And I have my template literal here where I type in my CSS. And it's also great because it's a lot like Sass, for example. You can nest stuff inside of your components. So in this case, I have a media query that I nested inside of this component, and it will only be used in this component. So that's great. All right, that's enough about style components. In the next video, I'm going to talk shortly about other alternatives for styling with React and Gatsby, and then we'll move on with coding our application. Okay, this is going to be really, really short. I just wanted to mention that you can use other options than style components. And there's a few CSS in JS libraries out there. I'm not going to go through them all, but I wanted to also tell you that you can use just regular CSS. For example, up here in your component, I can bump this up a little bit. You can import just a regular CSS file. For example, import styles.css, something like that. That's completely legit and a lot of people are doing it, but it's not that good always in at least a large application because you're using this file all over the place. And if you're using, for example, style components, you make sure that the styles are scoped to that component. So that means if you name stuff the same and you import this style.css, it will get kind of messy because you have to keep track of all the class names and stuff like that. But you don't have to do that with style components because the styles are scoped to that component that you're importing it and using it in. Okay, so that's one way, just regular CSS. You can also create a styles object. You can call it whatever you want, of course. And then inside of here in React, you specify your styles as an object. So for example, if you have a margin right, 20 pixels like this. Please note that this is not regular CSS. It's a JavaScript object. So it has to be camel cased if you do it like this. And then you can, in your component, for example, somewhere here, we can set the style. And that will apply the styles to this component. That's the original way in React how you can create styles. But I won't use them in this course. I will use style components because they're awesome. Okay, so let's move on and code our application. In this course, we're going to build everything from scratch. And that means that we're also going to create the CSS for all the components on our site. I could leave this out because I know that there's a lot of people that don't like dealing with CSS, but I think it's a very essential thing to be good at if you're going to be a really, really good front-end developer. I have structured this course so that I create the styles right after I've created the component itself. So you will be able to skip those parts and just copy them from the starter files instead. But please notice that in the videos where I create the styles for each component, I will also apply the style components to the component itself. So you have to check that out in those files so you get all the style components correct in your JSX for your component. That said, we're going to start creating the global styles for our application because we have some styles that we want to have all over our site. And style components have something to help us with that. It's a function that's called create global styles that we can import from that library. So we're going to import that one and use it for global styling. And we're first going to create all the colors for our site and the different themes. And that's what we're going to do in this video. And in the next video, we'll build the actual global styles with CSS. And in the next video, we create the actual CSS for the global styles. So let's start. Inside your SRC folder, make sure to create a new folder that's called styles. This is where we're going to keep our global styles. So inside the styles folder, create a new file that we call global styles.js. Then we start by importing create global style. This is global style without the S as we had in the file name. So create global style, camel case, from styled components. Then we're also going to import our fonts that I provided for you. We have this fonts folder where I have two fonts, Muley Black and Muley Regular, or Muley something. I don't really know how to pronounce that. So we import them here, and we call it Muley Regular from fonts / Muley -regular .wof, and make sure you get the spelling correct here. And then we import, we can call them whatever we want here. So I name them like this, from fonts Muley black.wof. All right. So that's all the imports that we need for this file. All right. Then we're going to create a JavaScript object with our colors. So we export that one because it can be good to have access to this one if you want to use the colors in your application somewhere. Export const colors equals an object. And then we have white. So you can type in white, or you can do it like this. You have a hash sign and FFF. Then we have a color that's going to be called dark gray. And also note that these ones are camel cased. So make sure to always get your spelling right. And this one is 1A, 1C, and 20. All right. And please note that this is a JavaScript object. It's not CSS. So you have to have comma here. Then we have a color that's called deep dark gray. And that one is going to be 40, 40, 40. We're going to have 3 different blue shades. So blue shade 1 equals 215973. Whoops. Like this. 215973. And blue shade 2 is going to be 6FADC6. 6FADC6. All right. And the last one, blue shade 3, is going to be D1, E1, E9. Do some auto formatting. So D1, E1, E9 on the last one. So these are the colors that we're going to use for our site. So let's move on and create the objects for our different themes. We're going to have 2 themes on this site, one light theme and one dark theme. So we create 2 objects for these that we can use later when we switch theme. So export const dark theme. Let's begin with the dark side. Then I have a property that I call colors, because in some themes you may have other stuff than just colors. So we have this property that's called colors. That's the only one that we're going to have in this course. We set the background. From colors, we grab dark gray. And these are, of course, the ones that we created up here. We set the menu background to colors dot blue shade 1. We set the text dark to colors dot blue shade 3. We set the text main to colors dot blue shade 2. And we have the text secondary. And we set that one to colors dot blue shade 3 also. Do some auto formatting. So we have the background, the menu background, the text dark, the text main, and the text secondary. And these are all the color properties that we need for this site. All right, so that's our dark theme. Let's copy this one here and paste it in below. And we rename it the light theme. And we change the colors. And on this one, the background, we want it to be white. The menu background should have the blue shade 3. The text dark should have the blue shade of 1. And the text main can have the same blue shade. And the text secondary, we can set that one to deep dark gray. All right, so that's it for our light theme. So make sure that you get the spelling correct here on all these properties, and you'll be good to go. We are going to use these objects later when we switch the theme, and I'm going to show you how to use them then. And in the next video, we're going to create the actual CSS for our global styling. So we created the color objects and also our theme objects. So it's time to create the global styles itself. And I'm going to move fairly quickly with the CSS in this course because it's not a CSS course and you should know some CSS before taking on a course like this. So fairly fast, and I'm not going to explain it in detail when I create the CSS. All right, so let's scroll down here just below our objects. We're going to be in the same file, that's globalstyles.js. And we're going to export a new const that we call global styles, capital G, capital S, and with an S at the end here also. And that one equals, and we're going to call our create global style that we imported up here from the style components library. And this one is a tagged function, meaning that we have backticks and we create our style inside of these backticks. So first we're going to set up a CSS variable. So colon root, we set it up on the root. Double dash side dash max dash width. So that's how you create a CSS variable. You have double dash and then the variable name. And I set that one to 1200 pixels. So that's the only CSS variable that we're going to set up. Then I want to create our fonts because we also import our fonts up here that we have in our local folder that's called fonts. So we have an @ sign and font dash face. And that's how you create a font. Whoops. Yeah, it created these ones automatically for me. Yeah, great. So we have the font family. I'm going to call it Muley Regular, like so. Then we have the source and we can specify the URL inside of this one. And we have the URL in our variable up here that we call Muley Regular. So this is a template literal because we're inside of the backticks. So we can grab that value by $ curly braces Muley Regular. So that's going to be our URL. And we're going to set the format to WOF. Like a dog, WOF. Okay. We can also do some little extra stuff here because if the user has the font already on their system, they don't need to load the font. Before the URL here, we can type in local and parentheses. And we can check if they have the Muley Regular. So that's one. We can put this one on its own row for now. And then we can have another local and check for Muley Regular like this. So we check if the user already have this font on their system, and then we don't need to load this font here. We need to have a comma here, so make sure you don't forget that one. And we can have the other one maybe like this. Then we have the font weight. I set that one to 300, and the font style is going to be normal on this one. So that's the Muley regular. Then we're going to set up our Muley black. So we can copy this one, paste it in below, and we rename it. Everything that's named regular, we rename to black. Like so. And that one is, of course, the other one that we imported up here. I don't actually know if we need this font weight here because it's two fonts and they have the weight already, but let's leave it in. So that's the setup of our fonts. And we move on to create our CSS. And first, we're going to style the body tag, so body. And we set the background. And this one, we're going to grab from props that we send in to our style component. And we have a prop that's called our theme prop. The theme prop is going to be available to all the style components in our application because we're going to set up this theme in our layout component later. So for now, we grab these props. We have an inline arrow function. And from props.theme, this is the one that's always going to be available for us. We don't have to send it in specifically to our components because later when we set up the theme, it will make it available by default for us. So from our theme, we have our colors, and we're going to set the background color on that one. We end it with a semicolon. You can, of course, destructure out these props also here if you want to do that. Then we have the color, and that one is also going to be from this theme prop. So $ curly braces, props, an arrow function, and from props.theme.colors, we have our text secondary for that one. Maybe a little strange naming here, don't really know, but yeah, it will work. You can change the names if you want to do that. As I said, I haven't put that much effort into the CSS in this course because I want to focus on the Gatsby parts itself. All right, we set the margin to 0. We set the padding to 0, 20 pixels, 80 pixels, and 20 pixels. We set the transition all 0.5 seconds with an ease. And this is because I want to have some nice transitions when we change theme on the body. All right. Then we're going to have a main tag where our main content is going to be. So we set the max width of 960 pixels on this one. You could, of course, also have a CSS variable for this one up here if you want to do that. So I set the margin to 40 pixels and auto. This will center the main content with 40 pixels margin on top and bottom. So that's all we need for our main. Then we're going to style our headers. So H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, all of them. Whew. That's a lot. We set the color on these ones, and we grab these ones from our theme prop. So props, an inline arrow function, props.theme.colors.text main, end it with a semicolon because this is CSS. We set the font family to Muley black on this one, and we have the default fallback fonts. I want to transition on these ones also, so I'm lazy and set it to all 0.5 seconds and ease. I set the letter spacing to 1 pixel, and that's it for these headers. Then we have the p tag, and that font size is going to be 0.9 rem. We have a line height of 1.2. And then I'm going to have a media query for this one because I want the size to change depending on devices. So at media screen, I don't really know if you need the screen anymore, but I'll use it for old habit's sake. And we set the min width to 768 pixels. So this one is going to be active on desktop devices, and this one is for mobile devices here. So I change the font size to 1.1 rem on that one, and I set the line height to 1.5 on desktop devices. We styled all of the headers up here, but I want to give the h2 tag some individual styling also. So h2, and I set the font size to 1 rem. I set the letter spacing to 1.8 pixels, and the text transform is going to be uppercase. I want it to be all uppercase letters. And then I have a media query on this one also, so we can just copy this one here. And as you can see in this course, I'm just using one media query because this will actually work with this site. If you want to have more of them and style it in more detail on different devices, you have to add in more media queries. And for this one, I'm just going to change the font size, and it's going to be 1.5 rem on the h2 header. And that's, of course, is on desktop devices. And then I also want to give the header 3 some own styling. So I copy this one, paste it in below, change it to h3. And I want the font size to be 0.8 rem. The letter spacing is going to be 1.5 pixels. The text transform, we don't need that one. But I want to set the margin to 30 pixels, 0, minus 15 pixels, and 0. And these are all values by trial and error. And we have the media query for this one, and I set the font size to 1.2 rem on the h3 tag. Then we just have one more thing to do here, and that's the a tag. I want to remove the text decoration. So text decoration, I set that one to none. And I realized I think I forgot to set the font family on the body. So just below here, just below the color, I set the font family to Muley regular, and then the standard fallback fonts. So that will make our complete site to use Muley regular as default font for the body. All right, and I think this should be it. That's our global styling. In the next video, we're going to move on and create the layout component. Okay, we're going to talk about the layout component in this little short video before we start coding it. As you can see here, this is the finished app that I have here, and don't be intimidated about the code. We will learn this stuff later in the course. If you look here, you can see that you have the layout component that wraps everything here, and I'm inside of the home component now. That's the home page, that's the index page, the start page of our application. And if we look at the page component, you can see that we wrap that one in the layout also, and the posts, everything is wrapped in the layout component. And that's how we get the same layout on all our pages, because in the layout component, if we check that one out up here, you can see that we have the header here, for example. We're going to inject the global styles, and we have the theme provider. The theme provider is going to wrap everything that we show inside of our layout, and the layout is going to wrap everything that we show on the site. So this means that the theme provider, global styles, and the header is going to be available on all our pages, both on pages and posts, and also on the start page, which is also going to be our archive page in this case, because we are going to have our post archive on the home page, on the index page. We have this layout component that will hold our header and also some other stuff here, but that's not visible to us. The header is visible. So that will give us the header on all the pages and posts, and also on the start page. If we didn't want the header, we could, of course, create another layout component, or we could choose to create a page that we don't wrap in the layout component, and it would, of course, skip all this. So then we have a page without header. We won't have the global styles and the theme provider. And the global styles and the theme should be placed as high up in the component hierarchy as you can. In this case, when we're working with Gatsby, we don't have a special start component, like in, for example, just plain React. You have this app component that holds the complete application. We don't have that in that sense in Gatsby. And that's we also have to do a little bit more work for creating, for example, the light and dark theme that we're going to do in a later video. We want the theme that we selected to be available all over our site. So that means when we navigate to a page, we want it to stay at the selected theme. We don't want it to forget about the theme and we have to click the button again. And that's why we have to do some work in our Gatsby browser file later for that one. Before we create the layout component for our site, I want to do some cleanup of the files in the bootstrapped application that we created with Gatsby CLI. And that's because we're not going to use all these files, so it's better to delete them and clean it up before we continue on. The first thing we're going to do is to go inside our components folder and remove some files. We are going to create a new layout component ourselves, so we're going to delete that, and also the layout.css. The image.js, we don't need that one, and we don't need a header. So the only one that we're going to keep is the seo.js file. So we remove all these other files like that. Then I'm going to have a different structure on my components. So inside the components folder, create the new folder that you call SEO, capital letters. Move the seo.js file inside of the SEO folder. Move it. And then I'm going to rename this one to index.js. And that is because I want to have the structure where I have a folder with a component name, and then I have a file that's called index.js, where I have the actual code for the component. And then we're also going to have our style components in a separate file in the same folder. And this is something that people talk a lot about on the internet, on how you should structure your components. Some don't like this one. They want to name this file to the component name. And I can totally see that, because if you have a lot of components, they're all going to show up as index.js in the tabs up here. But there's one downside. If we, for example, are going to import this SEO component in another component, we can do that with import SEO. You don't have to type this in. I'm just doing this to demonstrate. And from the components folder, we have absolute imports now, so we can type it out like this. We have the SEO component. That's how we can import it when we name this to index.js, because it will interpret this file itself, so we don't have to specify anything more. But if we would name this to, we name it back, SEO.js, we have to specify it like this. Instead, we have to make the double SEO there. So these two different structures has its own pros and cons. But for this course, I choose to have an index.js file in each of the folders for each of the components. So rename this back to index.js. And we can just import it like this. And if you don't like this at all and you just hate it, feel free to change it. But be very aware in this course that I will use the structure with the index.js file in each component folder. All right, so that's the SEO component. We have moved that to its own folder and renamed the file to index.js. Then in our pages folder, we can remove the page that's called page 2. We don't need that one. We just need the index, and we need the 404 page. And if we start in the index page, we can remove these ones now. We're going to create a new layout component, so we import that one later. We keep the SEO component, but we have to rename it here to SEO with capital letters. Very important. And then we can remove all this stuff here. And we can keep the layout for now. It won't work because we haven't created that component now, but that's okay. And then we can just type in start page. Okay, so we clean this one up. So we're just telling it it's start page here. It won't work now because we haven't created a layout component. We're going to start creating that one in the next video. But for now, we can just auto format it like this. And we have a nice clean index page to start from. We can actually also remove the link for now. And we can put a comment here, components like that. And save the file. Okay, so we cleaned up the index file and we cleaned up our folders. We also have to change some stuff in the 404 page because now we're importing a layout component that isn't there. And we also have relative imports. So we can first remove these ones to make them absolute imports. And we have to rename this one to layout with a capital L. This component don't exist yet, so your site won't work now, but that's okay. We're going to build that one in the next video. And also rename SEO to capital letters. Really, really important to do this stuff here. And this component, I'm not going to create anything more inside of this one. So you have to style it to your own likings if you want to do that. So let's save this file and make sure that you also saved the index file. And this should be it. We have cleaned up everything that we need. We can start up our application to see what's happening. npm start. It should give us some errors because of the layout component. Yeah, it tells us that it can't resolve the layout component, but that's okay. We are going to create that one in the next video. Strange that we actually could use this component here inside of this one here. What happens if we change this one to cool layout and save it? It actually won't complain on that one, okay? It always does that in my setup that I have, but now I'm using the default setup with Gatsby, so maybe they're not too strict about checking stuff like this. But okay, this one will solve itself in the next video when we create the layout component. So let's move on with that. So we're going to start creating a layout component. And the layout component is very important because it's going to wrap our content on the site. So let's start by creating a new folder in the components folder that we call layout, capital L. And inside of that folder, we create a new file that we call index.js. And as usual, we import React from React. And then we're going to import something that's called theme provider from style components. We're not going to use that quite yet, but we can import it now so we have it for later. And theme provider is a component from the style components library that we can use to provide our application with a specific theme. And we have created our different theme colors and stuff like that in our global styles, but we're not going to create the actual theme switching yet. So for now, we're going to choose one theme that we provide to it. And then later in the course, we're going to change this with the theme switcher button. Then we're going to import our styles. So we create a comment, styles. We already created our global styles and the light and dark theme. So import, curly braces, global styles, capital G, capital S, and light theme and dark theme. And those are camel cased. We grab these ones from styles / global styles, like that. And then we can create our layout components, a const layout, an arrow function. And for this one, we're also going to destructure out the children. And children is a built-in prop in React that we can use to show the children that we are wrapping inside of this component. So for example, if we have the layout component here, and we have, let's say, a p tag that says awesome tag. This p tag is going to be the children, and that's what we destructure out here, and we can use it inside of this component. All right, I hope that makes sense. And I'm going to make an explicit return here because we are going to have some state in this component later in the course. So I create a return statement. And first we're going to have our theme provider. And there's a standard prop for that component that's called theme. So this is, of course, where we provide our theme. And in our case, we're going to give it the dark theme for now. And then we're going to switch this theme later when we create the button for that. All right, and then we have our global styles that we created. And to use the global styles, we just do like this. We have the component global styles and we insert it here high up in the hierarchy in our application. And this is high up as layout is the highest component in our application for now. And we can, layout component. We can have some text here. And then we have the children. So it's going to render everything that we have wrapped inside of this component. All right. And then we export default layout like that and save the file. So this is it for now. We're going to come back to this component in the course and create more stuff for it later. And we can go to our pages folder, and inside of index, we can actually use this one now. So up here, we can import layout from components layout, right? And we're already using it here, so it should work. So we save the file, and I'm going to start up my dev server by typing npm start. And now it's just telling us that we're not using this component, and that's fine because we aren't using it now. So, and also the light theme. So these warnings are okay. So let's see what we've got. And we have the layout component and the start page. In the next video, we're going to create a static query for fetching metadata for our site. So this is exciting. We're going to create our first hook in this video, and we're also going to use the useStaticQuery hook from Gatsby. So we're going to use GraphQL to grab some metadata for our site. And the metadata for our site is in our Gatsby config file. You can see it up here. We created this before. It's site metadata. And Gatsby makes sure that we can query this data from a GraphQL query. And I'm going to show you how. So make sure that you have your dev server running by typing npm start in your working folder in your application. And then if you go to localhost 8000 / and then you have 3 underscores and GraphQL, that will give you the GrqphiQL Explorer. So this is great. And I'm going to cancel this one, and we're going to start from scratch. And as I mentioned before, it's always a great idea to try out your queries in the GraphiQL playground before you use them in your application. And that's what I'm going to show you now. Here to the left, we see all the queries that we can query against our application. And these queries is something that Gatsby creates for us when it builds our development environment. So we have something that's called site. And everything in purple here, these are for filtering, so we won't be using these now, but we can use them if we want to filter out stuff, and we're going to do that later also. So we have the site, and if we look at these in the blue text here, these are the ones that we can query. So we have one that's called site metadata, and as you can see here, it has created the author, description, and title for us. So this is this little simple GraphQL query that we can use to query our site metadata. So by clicking them here in the Explorer, it creates the query for us. That is very neat, actually. And if we press play, we can see that we get the data back here. So that's the data that's in our Gatsby config file. And we can actually just copy this one because we're going to use exact this query in our code, and we're going to return to the code editor. So make sure that you're inside your layout component. I'm going to create this query inside of this component first, and then I'm going to move it out to its own custom hook. So first we have to import the useStaticQuery and the GraphQL tag. The GraphQL tag, it's the tag that makes sure that we can create our GraphQL queries. And we grab these ones from Gatsby. They are built in Gatsby. All right. And then inside of our component, we are going to collect the data that we get back from the useStaticQuery hook in a const. So I call this const data. You can call it whatever you want. And then we call the useStaticQuery. And we're going to give this custom hook our GraphQL query. And we do that by calling GraphQL. That's the GraphQL tag. Make sure that you have backticks because this is a template literal. And inside of here, we can type our GraphQL query. And we already have that one because we copied that one. I forgot a Q. It should say GraphQL. Do some auto formatting. And I want to rename this query to MetaDataQuery. So this is all you need to do to query with the useStaticQuery hook. We know should have this data in this const here. So we can try that out by console log data and save it and go back inside our application. Let's inspect it and go to our console. And we have an object here. We have the side and we have the side metadata. So we know that our query is working. Great. And for now, that's enough. We're going to send in the site title to our header component that we're going to start creating after this video. This is perfectly legit to do it like this. If you want to reuse your queries somewhere in your site, it's a good idea to create a custom hook for this query. So inside of our SRC folder, we create a new folder that we call hooks. And we're going to create a new file inside of that folder that we call useMetaDataQuery.js. And you should name all your custom hooks with use before the name. That's a standard naming convention recommended by React, because this is the way React will know that this is a custom hook. All right, so we have to move some stuff inside of this hook instead. So go back to the layout component. We can take this line here where we import the useStaticQuery and the GraphQL tag, cut that out, move to our hook, and import it there instead. Okay, then we're going to export this one because we want to import it inside of our component. So we export const useMetaDataQuery, and we have an arrow function like this. So that is our custom hook, and we can go back to our layout component and we take everything of this, everything in the const data, we cut it out, and we move back to our custom hook and we paste it in there. So there you have it. This is the GraphQL query inside our custom hook. And this is a function, so we have to return something in this one also. So we return the data.side and side metadata. And this one should have a lowercase d, so make sure that you don't create a uppercase d metadata with lowercase d. Do some auto formatting like this and save this file. Go back to our layout component, create a comment, hooks, import, use MetaDataQuery from hooks / use MetaDataQuery. So that's our hook. And then inside of our component, we can create a new data const where we call our hook use MetaDataQuery. And we don't give it anything here because we don't have any parameters for this one. So this should give us the same result as before. If we save this file, move back inside of our application, reload it, and see what we've got. And as you can see here, I returned the data.site metadata, so we don't have to have this nested object now. We just have the metadata straight in our object here, so that's great. So that's how you create a custom hook. This is React stuff. It has nothing to do with Gatsby. And custom hooks are really great because you can reuse logic, like for example, a query like this in Gatsby. In the next video, we'll move on and start creating our header component. So the time has come to create the header component that will contain the logo, the header, and later also the button for dark and light mode. We're also going to have a Hamburger menu for mobile devices. But first, before we start creating this component, I will create a custom hook again that we'll use to grab the site config. And the site config is something that I provided to you in the content folder. And I have this siteconfig.md file, a markdown file. And if we look inside of that file, I specify this as a type, config, and we're going to use this when we grab the data. I specify the type as config, and that's how we can grab it with the GraphQL. We're going to specify that we want to grab data from this specific Markdown file. I also have a URL for the logo, and this one is a relative URL, as you can see here. And it has to be like this, so be very careful here. And as I mentioned before in the course, it's really, really important to actually have an image URL here, otherwise it won't work. There are ways that you can do to work around this, but not in this course, because I think it's a little bit advanced for a beginner course. And in this case, I choose to have my menu items in this site config file. Some people have them in the Gatsby config, and you can, of course, have your own file also. And I have also put a comment here because you can also auto-create these items if you want to do that from the Gatsby node file. But I don't want to do that because let's say that you auto-create these items from all the pages, for example. There can be situations where you don't want to have all the pages in your menu and you maybe want to put something else in your menu, maybe a post or a custom link or something like that. So I think it's better to have it like this in the Markdown file. And this is how you specify kind of an array in Markdown in the front matter. You have this property here, and then you do this little dash, and you specify for that item what properties you want, and then you have the next item with a dash before. So this is kind of like an array in front matter. So we have the ID of the menu, and this, of course, have to be unique. You could also, of course, auto-generate these IDs if you want to do that. I choose the simple way here, and I specify them myself. You have the name and also the link for the specific menu item. So that's how this is going to work. And we have to grab this data in a GraphQL query. So inside of a hooks folder, create another custom hook that's called useSiteConfigQuery.js. Capital S, capital C, and capital Q. And as you can see, I'm creating the custom hook from start. I'm not going to create this one in the component first, because I hope you learned something from that video. So now you know you could, of course, create this in the component itself if you want. But if you have it in a custom hook, you can reuse it on your site wherever you want to grab this data. All right, so just as before, we import useStaticQuery and the GraphQL tag from Gatsby. Right? And then we export our function. I'm going to create an arrow function. So it's a const useSiteConfigQuery. Right? So it's an arrow function. We're not going to need to have any specific variables in this one because this is also a static query. So we can't have variables in the query. All right? Then as before, I create a const that I call data. I call useStaticQuery with a GraphQL tag. Double backticks, and inside I'm going to write my GraphQL query. And we can try this out also before we write it, just as before in the GraphQL IDE. So let's go to that one in our browser. Clear this out. And in this case, we're going to query a Markdown file. So we can grab that data from Markdown remark. And we also want to have a filter on this one because we're going to grab the Markdown file that has the type of config. So from front matter, it's the front matter where we have specified a type. You can see that we have type and it's going to equal. And in our case, inside of these double quotes, it's very important. You have to have double quotes in your GraphQL queries. And it's going to equal config. So if I go back inside of the code editor and check out the content or site config Markdown file, this is the one that I specify that I want to filter from. So I have a type of config. So that's what we're doing here. So that's the filter. And then as these purple ones here are the filters, we have the other ones where we can grab the data down below here. It's the blue ones in the editor. So I want to grab from front matter. I have the logo. And I want to grab the public URL for the logo. And this one is the actual URL that the logo will have when we have built the site. So we have that down below here. public URL. All right. Then I also want to grab the menu. And for the menu, I want to grab the ID, link, and name, like that. So we can try this out now. We press play and see what we get back. And yeah, we have all the data here. I love this stuff when it works. I love to work with Gatsby. I love these tools because it makes your life so much easier. So we have the public URL, and as you can see, it's in the static folder, and this is going to be the URL when we have built our site. And then we have our menu items here. So it's working. We can use this query. So make sure that you copy this one. We don't have to type it in again. Go back inside of the code editor, and inside of our hook that's called useSiteConfigQuery. So I paste that one in here, do some auto formatting. I want this to be named config query. All right. So that's our query. We already know that it works, and we have to return some stuff also. And in this case, I return data.markdown remark capital R and front matter. Do some auto formatting just in case and save it. So this is our custom hook for the site config data. And in the next video, we can scaffold out the header component. And after that, we're going to create the menu component and the Hamburger component for the header. So we created a custom hook for our header component. So it's time to move on and scaffold out the header component itself. So in our component folder, we create a new folder that we call header. And of course, inside of that folder, we create a new file that we call index.js. Right. And as always, we import React from React. Then we're going to import the component that is called link, and that's from Gatsby, link from Gatsby, like that. And the link component is something that is used for internal links on your site. You shouldn't use it on external links. It's only for internal links. Gatsby will optimize the links and stuff and prefetch data. So that's what that component will do for you. You shouldn't use it on external links, only internal links on your site. And in this component, we're going to use it to link our logo to go back to the home page. All right. Then we have our hooks, or the hook in this case. So we import useSiteConfigQuery from hooks useSiteConfigQuery. All right. And then we can create our component. So const header equals an arrow function. In this case, we are going to give it a prop that we call site title. And we set it to an empty string as default, meaning that if we don't send in a site title, it will get the value of an empty string. And I'm using backticks here because, as I said before, Gatsby is using it all the time. So I'm going to stick with that and use it also. And then we have the arrow function. And in this case, we are going to have an explicit return. We are going to get data from our custom hook. And I can actually name it site config this time and not data, because you can name it to whatever you want. And we call the hook useSiteConfigQuery like this. And yeah, it will always remove this semicolon when I do them. I haven't get used to that yet, but I will stick with the Gatsby original config. Then we can return our JSX. So we have a wrapping div, and later we're going to create a style component for this one, but for now we just have a div. Then we're going to use our link component. And the link component works fairly easy, actually. We have to give it a to prop. So we set the to prop, and in this case, it's just going to be a / because we want to move to the home page, to the root of our application. And inside the link component, we have our logo. So we have an image tag with a src, the source. We're going to grab that from siteconfig.logo.public URL, like that. And we also set the alt on the image. and the alt is going to be the site title. And we self-close it. Then all we have to do is export default and the header like that and save the component. And now if we go back to our layout component, we can use it inside of that one. So somewhere, I think we could have them up here, our components. We import header from components, header, like that. And down below, just somewhere here, I think, we have our header, and we give it the site title. And this is what we grab the metadata for, because now we have our site title, so we can give it that from data.title. And we self-close this one. So I think this should be it. We can save it and go back to our browser. And as you can see, it's working. We have our logo here. Of course, it doesn't look good now, but we'll fix that in the next video where we're going to apply some styling to the header also. Let's create some styling for our header component. And make sure that you're inside a header folder, and in that folder create a new file. We're going to call it header.styles.js. And this is how I like to structure my components. You could also have the styles right inside of this component itself, but I like to have them in their own files so I can import them here. I think that's make it a little bit more readable, but this is also a very subject matter, so it probably depends on who you talk to and what they like. But I want to have it like this, so this is how I have to have it in this course, because this is my course and I'm the boss. Yeah. So in this file, the header.styles.js, we import styled from styled components. We export a const that we call header wrapper. We could also just call it wrapper maybe, because everything is scoped to this component. So we call it wrapper. And we have a styled div for this one, double backticks. We display the header as a flex. We align items to center. We justify content to space between. And this is flexbox stuff. You center stuff here, and we're going to justify it. We're going to have 3 items. For this one, we're going to have the hamburger or the menu. We're going to have the logo. And we're also later going to have the button for theme changing for light and dark mode. I want to have a max width of this one to 960 pixels. I set the height to 70 pixels. The margin is going to be 20 pixels, and auto, that is going to give it some centering. This is going to center the wrapper itself with a 20 pixels margin on top and bottom. Then I'm going to have a media query, and I set the min width to 768 pixels. That means that everything that goes inside of here are going to be implemented when the width is higher than 768 pixels. So we set the height to 120 pixels. That means this is on desktop screens, and this one is for smaller screens. I want to have a little less height on the header when we're on mobile devices. Okay. Then we're also going to export a const and make a style component for our logo. And this is going to be a styled image tag. I'm going to set the max width on that one to 100 pixels. I don't want the logo to be able to be bigger than that. And we're also going to have a media query. So media, screen. You could also add screen here. I don't think it matters anymore, to be honest. But we have to have and also. So screen and min width of 768 pixels again. I set the max width 250 pixels. This is on desktop and this is on mobile devices. Okay, so that's our styling. We have one for our wrapper and we have one for our logo. So save this file, go back inside of the index file, the component itself. And down below, maybe here, we have our styles. So I create a comment, and then I import wrapper and the logo from // and header styles. This is just one level up, so we can just type // instead of doing an absolute import like this. All right. And then we can change these ones out. This one is going to be the wrapper. And this image is, of course, going to be the logo. All right, let's save this and go back to our application. And there you have it. It's smaller now. And if I bump this up, it will grow. And I think I have some zooming. Yeah, there's the natural size of this page. So it will change on mobile devices. We don't have any menu yet or the button, so it won't look as we want it now, but we can see that it works, or styles are working. So when we add the menu and also the button for the light and dark mode, it will look like it should look. In the next video, we're going to start creating the menu that goes in the header component. We have created the logo and the responsive design of our header, and it's time to move on to create the menu. So in this video, we're going to create the menu component, and then we do some styling, and then we're going to create the hamburger button and the mobile menu. And then we leave the header for a while and come back to it later and create the button for the dark and light mode. All right, so let's move inside of our code. And inside the components folder, we're going to create a new folder that we call menu, capital M. And as usual, inside of that folder, we create a file that's called index.js. And we import React from React. And in this component, we're going to use the link component again. So we import that also, import link from Gatsby. All right. So that's it for now. We're creating the styles in the next video, so then we're going to import them up here also. So we create a component, const menu, and we have an arrow function. And for this one, we're going to send in the menu items as props. So we just structure out the items. And we can make an implicit return on this one. An arrow function can do an implicit return, and we use that when we just return JSX. All right. And for now, we have the div. This one is going to be a styled component later. And then we have our menu items here. That's going to be in an array. So we can map through them. Items.map. And when we map through something, it's like creating a for loop. But map is a method that we can use instead. And it's heavily used in functional programming. Okay, so we have the item. And then we have an inline arrow function here. And we can yet again do an implicit return in our map method. So this one, the wrapping div here, it's actually going to be an unordered list, like so. So these are going to be list elements inside of the map method. We need to have a key. React wants to have a key, and it should be unique. And we have created this ID. If we go back to our content and look at the site config file, we have our menu here. We are specifying a unique ID here. So we use that when we map through this menu. And inside the li element, we're going to use the link component. And we link to item.link. And we're also going to use something that's called active class name. That's a default prop that we have on the link component. And that class name will be set on the active link that we clicked on. So we can style our menu items. For example, if you're on a specific page, we can style that item differently. And I'm going to create a class for this one that's called active. And we close it. And inside the link, we have the item.name. So if we go back to this file, you can see that we use all of these here. We have the ID, we have the name, and we have the link. So it's important that we specify these ones correctly in our Markdown file. All right. Do some auto formatting, and then we export default menu. And we save it. So that's our menu component. That's all there is to it. And we can go back to our header and import it up here. We can create a comment here, components. So we have a nice structure. We import the menu from components / menu. And then we can place it just before our logo down here. So we have our menu. And we're going to give it the items. We already got the items because we created this custom hook where we grab that data. So we have it in the siteconfig const. So from siteconfig, we grab the menu items. So siteconfig.menu, and config is camel cased with a capital C. All right, we self-close it, and we save this file and see if this works. And it does. We only have 2 items in our menu. So that's the about page and the contact. It won't work now because we haven't created these pages yet. So these are just the links that we create in our Markdown. We're going to create these links programmatically, dynamically in a future video. And as you can see, this logo here should be in the middle, but we only have 2 elements. And if we go back to the header styles, you can see that I set the justify content to space between on the flexbox, and that's why it will push them to each side here. And this is going to change when we create the button for the light and dark mode. But for now, we can actually just create another div here that says mode button and save it. And you can see that it placed the logo in the middle instead. And this is the place where we're going to have the button for the light and dark mode. So this is really neat with Flexbox. You can really easily align items both horizontally and vertically. So justify content space between will make it look like this. It will create space between all of the elements and align them like this. Okay, in the next video, we're going to create the styles for our menu. Okay, so let's move on with the styles for our menu. So inside the menu folder, create another file that's called menu .styles.js. And we import styled from styled components. Then we're going to export const, and we call this nav, and it's equal to styled.ul. And here you can see with style components, you select what component you want to create here. In this case, we're going to have an unordered list, so that's why I'm using .ul here. And then we have double backticks. And we set display to none. And this is because on mobile devices, we don't want this to be displayed because we're going to display the Hamburger instead. So we're going to create a media query here soon also that will make it appear on desktop devices. Then we set the list style type to none. We want to remove those ugly dots on the list. We set the padding to 0. And the font family is going to be Muley regular. And then we have the standard default fonts. We set the font size to 1.2 rem. Right. So that's our menu. We can actually import this one in our component. So go back to the index file. And up here, we create a comment that's called styles. So we import nav from /menu styles. All right. Well, that was my phone that's ringing there. Okay. So we have to wait for that, and then I'll continue. All right, let's continue. So we can easily change this one to a nav instead. And that will apply the styling for us. So we're not showing the menu now because we haven't created the media query that will make this one show on desktop devices. So let's go back inside of our code and the menu styles. And we create the media query here, media, screen, and min width of 768 pixels. We display it as a block, like that. And of course, we have to have a colon there. We save it, go back to our site, and as you can see, we have removed the ugly dots here, but it still won't look right. And that's because we have to do some more styling also. So we are going to style the A tag. We set the text decoration to none. We're going to set the color. And this one we're going to grab from our props. So we have a $, curly braces, our props. And you can destructure out this one also if you want to do that. And as we created this theme for the site, we always have this prop by default for all our components. That's called theme. So props.theme. Then we have our colors and the text dark. This one. All right. So that's the A tag. Then we have our li element. We display it like inline block. We set the margin right to 20 pixels. We set a transition on this one because I want it to have a small transition when we hover over this element. Opacity is going to be 0.5 seconds. And we can have some ease on that one also. The cursor is going to be a pointer. And then inside of here, we can nest the other stuff that we want to be applied to this li element. So we have the .active class. That's the one I set here. I set this class name to active so we can style it now in our CSS. So that's the active class here. And I want the font weight to be 800. As I said, I'm going to do very subtle effects on this site, so you have to style it to your own likings if you want to do some heavy styling. All right. Then I'm also going to style the last child element. I'm going to set the margin right to 0 for that one. We don't want to have a margin on our last element in the menu. And then we have the hover left. So hover, hover, that's the pseudo class. And we set the opacity to 0.7 for that one and do some auto formatting and save this. This should be it. This is all the styles that we need for our menu. We can go back inside our browser and see that it works. And it does. You can see that it changed the opacity when I hover over them. And it looks nice. So this is it. And if we do like this, it should disappear. Yeah. And as you can see now, it moves the logo to the left. That's because we removed the element and we don't have another element. So it's just two elements now. And then the justify content will make this logo go to the left instead of in the middle. But that will change when we create the hamburger button. Because we're going to show the hamburger menu when the regular menu disappears. All right. So in the next video, we start creating the hamburger button. Okay, time to have ourselves a little hamburger. So in our components folder, we create a new folder that we call hamburger. And inside of the hamburger folder, we create an index.js file. And as usual, we import React from React. And you can see that it gets quite repetitive sometimes. So you can, for example, in Visual Studio Code, you can create snippets that will do all this stuff for you. So you don't have to type it in every time. And I have a video on that actually on my YouTube channel. So you can check that out if you want to know more about that. In this case, in this course, I will be repetitive because it's good to be repetitive when you learn stuff. So that's why I type everything in from scratch. Then later we're going to have the styles. We create the component itself, const hamburger. We're going to have two props for this one, menu open and set menu open, like that. We make an implicit return. I'm going to come back to these props here in a second, and of course have an equal sign there also. And for now, we have a div that wraps this one. And inside of that div, we're going to have another div that we can self-close. And I'm going to explain that also when we do the styling for this one. So we export default hamburger. All right, do some auto formatting and save the component. And these props, we're going to have a state in our header that it's going to hold the state if the menu is open or closed. So let's move inside the header and the index.js file. And up here, we import useState because we are going to create a state now. So that's why we need that one. And down below here, down below where we use this custom hook, we can create our state const menu open, set menu open. And it's equal to useState. And we can set the default to false, like that. And we can also import our component, import hamburger from components hamburger, and auto format it. And then as the first component here inside of the wrapper, we put the hamburger and we give it the prop of menu open and also the prop of set menu open. Like so. And this means that we're sending down these ones to our component so we can use them in the hamburger component. This is React standard stuff. We have the state in a component higher up in the hierarchy, and to be able to use those values and this setter function, we have to send them down by props. If you don't use a state management system like Redux or using context to have a state that's accessible all over your application. And we're actually going to use context when we set the state for our light and dark mode button. So we're going to come back to that and also learn to create a context in Gatsby where we have access to that state all over our site. Let's just make sure that it works, and it will not show up now. And as you can see, the header has moved to the right, and that's because we have this invisible div here now that fill this space here. So in the next video, we're going to create the styles for the actual hamburger button, but we can't see it now. And also you can see, I haven't mentioned that more than in the beginning of this course. To start up your dev environment, you can use npm start in your console, and this will start up the site for you to work with it, of course. Could be good to have a reminder about that. All right, let's move on. We have some styling to do on our hamburger component. First, let's create a new file inside of the hamburger folder. Hamburger.styles.js, capital H. We import styles from styled components. And then we create a component, a const that we call hamburger icon, capital H, capital I. And it's going to be a style div, double backticks. And we can go back to our index.js file and import that style up here. Import hamburger icon from /hamburger.styles. And we can change this div to our hamburger icon. To this style component, we're also going to give it a prop, and that's the menu open. And we have menu open inside of the curly braces. This is a button, even that we style it as a div. So we will have an on-click handler on this one, equals to, we have an inline arrow function, and we call our set menu open prop, and we're going to give it a value of prev, and we reverse that value. What am I doing here? We have the onClick handler, and inside of that one, we call that with an inline arrow function. That's because we want to send in some arguments here to the set menu open. If we don't have the inline arrow function, it will trigger instantly, and that's not good. So that won't work. That's why we have an inline arrow function. Then we call our setter for the state. That's called set menu open. And in that setter, we have access to the previous state. We can have an inline function like this, in this case, an arrow function also, and we have access to the previous state. And if this previous state is, for example, false, we can reverse that one by using the exclamation mark in front of it, and it will turn it to true. And if it's true, it will turn it to false. So that's what I'm doing here. And I think also, as this is going to be used as a button, we can set the role to button also and do some auto formatting. All right, so let's go back to our styling. It's empty now, so we're going to style this sucker. First, we display it as a block. We set the width to 30 pixels, and the set index is going to be 1000. We want this to be on the top of everything. We set the cursor to a pointer. Then we're going to have the pseudo elements after, and a comma, and before, and a comma, and the div. And this div, that's the one that we have inside here. And I'm going to explain that now, why we have it. Because we have a wrapping div, and then we have a div inside. That means on the div inside of this one, we can set the before and after. So we have the before the div and after the div, and we have the div itself. That will give us 3 different elements to style. So that way we can make a hamburger button with 3 lines. So if we style the after, before, and the div itself, it will style 3 different elements. So we can set the style for these ones now. So we have a background color of, we're going to grab this from props again, from our theme, props.theme.colors.text.dark. All right. We set the border radius to 2 pixels. The content, it's very important to set the content to an empty string. Otherwise, it won't show up. We display it as block. We set the height to 4 pixels and the margin to 5 pixels and 0. And of course, this has been some trial and error for me. These values are values that I think work and looks great. So you can tweak them to whatever you want. I want to have a transition on this one also. So I set it to all 0.2 seconds ease in and out for this one. All right, let's save it and see what we've got. Okay, I have some error here, and I wonder why. Okay, import styled, not an S. We should import styled from styled components. Save it and go back to our site, reload it, and it will work. You can see that we have the hamburger button here. So this is the before element, this is the div itself, and this is the after element. Okay, back to the code. We want to make some sweet animations on this one now. So this is the same style for all 3 of these, and we can style them individually also. So before, we want to style that one with a transform. And from props, I'm going to grab the props, menu open. And this is a turner operator. So if the menu is open, I want to translate this one on the y-axis and 9 pixels. And this is also trial and error by me. So don't ask about the values. There's no mastermind thoughts about these values. It's often like this with the CSS that you have to do some trial and error to get it to work. Then I want to rotate it 45 degrees. And you're going to know why in a second. And if the menu is closed, I just set it to an empty string. So that's the transform for the first line on top, the before element. And then we can copy this one and paste it in and rename it to after. And we're going to have a transform on that one also. And that one is going to go in the opposite direction. So we set -9 pixels and -45 degrees. All right. And we can copy this again and paste it in. And this time we want to style the middle line. So that's the div. And we have a transform on that one also. And in this case, we're going to scale it to 0. And that will make it disappear because we want an X. When we press on the button, we want it to transform into an X. We only need the first and the last line. The middle line should not be visible. So we scale it down to 0. Of course, we should end all of these ones with a semicolon. The auto formatting will fix that for me. And we have one more thing to do, and that is to create our media query. Media screen and min width colon 768 pixels. And this one should have display none. So that's, of course, when we're entering the desktop screen sizes, we want the hamburger to disappear. All right, so that's the styles. Let's save it and hope it will work. Go back inside of our browser, reload it just to be sure. And as you can see now, the header looks right again. So we can scale this down. And the menu disappears and the hamburger appears. But does it work? It converts to an X when we click on it. And when we click on it again, it morphs back again to a hamburger. That's how it's going to work. When we click here, the menu is going to appear and the button is going to transform into an X. And when we close the menu, it's going to transform back to a hamburger again. So that's working and that's sweet. All right, let's create the mobile menu and then we're finished with the header for now until we come back to it and create the mode button. But in the next video, we're going to start creating the mobile menu. We have our hamburger button, but we don't have a mobile menu. So let's create that one now. So inside our components folder, create the new folder that we call mobile menu. Both M's should be capital. We create a new file that we call index.js. And as usual, we import React from React. And this one is going to be quite similar to the regular menu. We are going to use the link in this one also. So make sure to import the link from Gatsby. Right. And then later we're going to have our styles here. We create the const of mobile menu equals. And we're going to have some props for this one also. We have the menu open prop. And we have the items. And we have an arrow function. We make an implicit return. I'm going to create a React fragment here because we are going to have some other stuff here when we create the styles. And I'm going to explain that in the next video. So first we have a div that's going to be the wrapper for our menu. Then we're going to have an unordered list. And just as with the regular menu, we're going to map through our items. So curly braces, items.map. We have an item and an arrow function. And yet again, we make an implicit return inside of the map method. We have an li element with a key that's going to be the item.id, just as before. And inside the li element, we have the link component that is going to link us to the item.link. And we also have the active class name of active, just as before. And inside the link, we have the item.name. All right, do some auto formatting, and this will fix everything here. And we can export default mobile menu. And I think that's it for that component. Let's go back to our header component in the index file, where we import our components. We import mobile menu from components, mobile menu. All right. And then just below the Hamburger component, we can use this mobile menu component. And we're going to give it a prop of menu open. And yet again, this is the state up here that we send into this component because we want to use it in the styles. And then we're also going to give it the items, that is our menu items. And we have them in the SiteConfig.menu. And we self-close this one. All right, so save it. Let's see, so everything works. And it didn't break. And you can see the menu here. And it has pushed the header to the right again because we need to do some styling on this menu here to make it look nice. And it should also only appear when we press the hamburger button. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. We have created our mobile menu component, and it's time to do some styling for that one. And we have this wrapping div here, so we can rename this to wrapper. We're going to create these components with style components. And we have the UL tag that we can call nav. And in this one, we're also going to have a special component that we're going to call override global style. And that is because when the user opens the mobile menu, we don't want the user to be able to scroll what's below the mobile menu. So we have to turn off the scroll functionality on the body. And we have a special function in the style components library that we can import and use for this purpose. So up here, we're going to have that component that we call override global style. We're going to give this a prop of menu open. We're already destructuring out that prop up here like that. And we can self-close this one. And also our wrapper is going to get the menu open prop like that. Save the file. Of course, this one won't work now because we have to create the styles and also import them up here. So inside of our mobile menu folder, make sure that you create a new file that you call mobile menu.styles.js. And first we import styled. And then, as I said, we're going to import a function from this library also that is called create global style from style components, right? We can create the global style component first. So we export const that we call override global style. And we call the create global style. We have backticks. And we can create our styling inside of these backticks. Just as before, and we want to style our body. And we sent in a prop to this one, so we can use that prop now to decide if the menu is open or closed. So we're going to set the overflow depending on that prop. So from props, $, curly braces, props, an arrow function, props dot menu open. If that one is true, it's going to return what's right to the question mark. So we set that one to hidden. So if the menu is open, this will turn off the scrolling on the body. Otherwise, we set it to auto. So we have normal scrolling. So this is one way you can do it if you want to modify your body styling from inside of your component. You have this create global style function, and you can override the global styling on the body this way. Hope that made sense. Then we can move on and create a wrapper component. Export const wrapper, and that one equals styled.div. And we have the usual backticks. And then we're going to have quite a lot of CSS inside of this component. First, we want to make sure that we display it as a block. We set the position to fixed. because this menu is always going to be on top of our site. Then we're going to set the left position based on the prop. So we have $, curly braces, our props. And from props, we have our menu open. We have a question mark, another ternary operator. We set it to 0 pixels if we have the menu open. Otherwise, we set it to minus 320 pixels. Because we're going to set the width on this one also to 320 pixels. And that's what we're going to do now. So if the menu is open, we change the left position to 0 pixels. Otherwise, we make it disappear outside of the screen with 320 pixels. So if we change the width, we change this value here also. You could, of course, use a CSS variable also for this one if you want to do that instead. All right. The background on this one, that is also going to be based on props because we're going to have 2 themes. So from props, and we have our theme. And I can say a reminder about this one. This theme prop is always going to be sent in as a prop as default to our style components because we have created this theme. So this prop is always available to us. We don't have to send it in ourselves to the component. We always have access to the theme prop. So we have our colors and menu background. So that's the color we set up for the menu. And this color is going to change depending on what theme we choose. All right. We can also set we can set it up here. We set the height to 100%. And just below here again, we set the top to 0 pixels. We want it to appear from the top. So 0 pixels. Or you can just type in 0 if you want to do that. But I'll be using pixels. We set the padding to 0, 0, 0, and 20 pixels on this one. We're going to set some transition. All, I'm using all here because it will transition everything in this menu. And of course, you could specify the exact property that you want to transition, but all will work in this case. 0.3 seconds. And I have some easing on that one also. I set the set index to 10. Or we can actually set it to, 10 is good. But we have to make sure that we don't place it over the hamburger button because then we won't see the hamburger button. And I think we set that one to 1000. So if we set this one to 10, it will work for us. And I want to have some box shadow also on this one. 2 pixels, 0 pixels, 10 pixels, and 0 pixels. And this is, of course, also trial and error. And I set the RGBA value to 0, 0, 0, and 0.3 on this one. This is the alpha here, so I want it to be a little bit transparent. And the box sizing is going to be border-box. And I have to admit also, you can probably optimize this CSS in all these components. I haven't put that much effort into the CSS part in this course. It is working, but there are probably some things that you could do a bit more effective. All right. We're going to have a media query on this one also. Media, screen, and parentheses. Min width of 768 pixels. So we display none. So that means on desktop resolutions, we won't display this menu. Okay. So that's our wrapper. And then we have our nav, export const, nav equals styled. And this is going to be an unordered list. Backticks. I hope you're beginning to see the pattern on how you create components with style components now, if you didn't know that before. It's the same all the time here. Can be quite boring, actually. Position is going to be absolute on our nav. I set the width to 100%. I set the top to 100 pixels. I want it to be a bit off from the top because we have the hamburger button. Otherwise, it will be placed just below that button, and that's not good. Okay, we set the list style type to none. We set the padding to 0. And we have the font family. It's going to be Muli regular and the standard fallback fonts. We set the font size to 1.2 rem. And then we're going to nest some stuff inside of this style component. We have the A tag. We set text decoration to none. We don't want our menu items to have decoration. We set the color, and we grab this one from props also. $, curly braces, props. And we grab that from props.theme.colors and text dark. And that's it for the A tag. Then we have our li element. So li, I set the transition to all 0.5 seconds, and ease, I set the cursor to a pointer. I set the margin to 10 pixels and 0. I'm probably beginning to sound like a robot doing this stuff, and that's why it's so boring to just talk about CSS when you type it out. All right, but we'll be finished soon. We have our active class on our link. So that one, we set the font weight to 800. I want to make the active class a little bit bold. Okay, and then we just have the hover left. So colon, hover. And for that one, I set the opacity to 0.7. That's a fair number, I think. So this is our CSS. We save it. The only thing we have left to do is to import these styles in our component. So we import, override global style, wrapper, and the nav. And we grab these ones from /mobilemenu.styles. All right, do some auto formatting and save it. And let's hope it works. We load the page just to be sure. And we can see if it works. It does. Looks smooth. So we have our mobile menu. And when we hover over these, you can see that it have this subtle little opacity change. And of course, this won't work because we haven't created these pages yet. But the menu is working, and we can move on. In the next video, we're going to start creating our homepage. All right, the time has come to focus on the most important page on our site, and that's the home page, the index page, if you want to call it like that. So what do we have to do on our home page? Well, we have this hero image with the text that we're going to create, and we have this pagination. We're not going to focus on the pagination for now, but we also have our blog posts. So we're going to create these blog post cards, as I call them. So that's what we're going to do. We're first going to scaffold out this home component, and I'm going to do that in the index file that is auto-created with Gatsby. Then when we created the home page and we know how to build a page, we are going to put focus on creating pages dynamically. And then we're going to move this page to a dynamic template instead from the index file. But let's talk about that when we get there. So for now, we're going to create this one in the index.js file and focus on the hero image and these blog post cards. And then we add pagination later. So let's move inside of our code. We already have this index file, and it's in the pages folder. And as I told you before, the pages folder is a folder that Gatsby uses to create pages automatically. So everything you put inside of this folder will be a page on your site. So in this case, it's the index page, because it's the home page that we're going to create. And then later, we create a new folder that we call templates, and we're going to create this page programmatically instead. And that's because we're going to have pagination with all the different posts. So we have to create it programmatically, because you never know how many posts you have or are going to have, because you're going to create new blog posts, and then you have to create this one dynamically. All right, but for now, we're in this index.js file. And we're going to scaffold this out now, as I said, and we're going to need 2 more components for that. So we can create kind of empty shells for these components now also. So inside your components folder, make sure that you create the new folder that you call hero and create a new file inside of that folder that you name index.js. And just as usual, we import React from React. We create an arrow function, const hero equals, and we can make an implicit return. For now, we just have a div that says hero. And we export default hero. So this is it for now. We, of course, going to come back to this component and create it later. But this is it for now. We are satisfied with this scaffolding, so we can use it. So we can use it on our homepage. Then we're going to create another folder inside of the components folder that we're going to call BlogPostCard. And just as with the hero, we create a new file that we call index.js. And we do the same stuff here, import React from React. We have a const that we call BlogPostCard. Be careful with the naming here. Capital B, capital P, capital C. We have an arrow function, and we have an implicit return with a div that says BlogPostCard. And we export default BlogPostCard. Like so. So that's our two components that we're going to need for now on our homepage. So let's move back inside of our home component, inside pages folder and the index.js file. We're also going to use the SEO component, and that one was created automatically for us, and that's a component we can use for SEO. So we can just take a quick look at that component, and it's inside our components folder, SEO index.js file. So you can see that this is something that was auto-created for us, and we use this component when we want to send in some metadata to our components. I'm not going to dive deep into this SEO thing. I'm going to use the title for the site. But as usual, you can read more about this on the Gatsby site. But you can see that they had a description, the title, and different stuff that you can add to the SEO component yourself here, depending on what you need. So that's the SEO component. Let's move back to the pages folder and the index file. We're already importing it up here, as I said. Then we're going to import our hero from components /hero. And then we also import our blog post card from components /blog post card. And then later we're going to add our pagination, but we're not going to focus on that one now. We are going to have a page query also on this page. So for now, we actually can do an implicit return, but we can prepare ourselves and create curly braces and make a return statement like this. And then first we have our layout component, because as I talked about a lot before, this layout component is going to wrap every content on our page. We can use the SEO component, and we give it a title of home. So this is how you use this component. You have these props that it will take in, and you specify in a string what you want here. And in this case, it's the title. So I name it home because this is our home page, and we can self-close this one. All right, then we have our hero component. It's at the top of this page. We have our hero, and we're going to have the pagination here later also. But for now, I create a tag that I call main, and this is the main content inside of this tag. And then we're going to map through all our posts inside of here, but we don't have anything to map through. So we can just for now display our blog post card like this inside of that one. So this is kind of the scaffold for this component. We save it and see what we've got when we go back to our page. And as you can see, we have our blog post card and our hero up here. The main is going to have the width of the site. You can see that the width end here. I think I set it to 9,000 pixels or something like that. You can actually check that out because that's in our global styles. We have our main, 960 pixels. So this one is going to be 960 pixels with our content. And then the hero is going to be a little bit wider. So that's why I place it outside of the main tag, because you can see here it's a little bit wider. All right, so that's the scaffolding of our homepage. Let's move on and create the page query in the next video. Okay, it's time for the dreaded page query. No, just kidding actually, but it can feel a little bit complex, to be honest. And I think the queries with GraphQL and also how you set up dynamic pages from the Gatsby node file are one of the most advanced topics in creating a Gatsby site. But we have to go through it because page queries is a very essential part in Gatsby. As I mentioned before, you have static queries and you have page queries in Gatsby. And if there's something you should know about the difference about these two queries, it is that a page query can have variables. So we can actually create a dynamic query that will depend on these variables. For now, we don't need to have any variables because we're just going to grab all the posts and display them in this page for now. But when we move this page over to a template and create it dynamically, we want to have different variables to show just, in this case, I think I show 5 posts per page in the pagination. So that's why we're going to need to have variables later. So that's also why I create a page query now, because you could also query this in a static query as it is now. But we can't really use a static query later. So as I always do when I create a new GraphQL query in Gatsby, I move to my GraphiQL playground. Localhost :8000/ and then __ and GraphQL. That's the playground that you have available to try out your GraphQL queries. And in our case, we want to grab all the posts from our Markdown. So I can just show them quickly here. In our content folder, we have this folder that's called posts. I provided you with 15 different posts. So we want to grab the Markdown files that has the type of post. And we also want to sort it by date. So that's what we're going to do. So back inside of the GraphiQL playground. And it's great to have this explorer to the left here because we can click through what we want to query and it will create the query automatically for us here. And in our case, we want to grab from all Markdown remark. You can see it starts creating a query here. And we're going to filter it by the type. So filter, and then we have our front matter because the type is set in the front matter. As you can see, we have the type here and it's going to equal, and we have to type that one in manually. So it's going to equal post. All right. So that's the filter on this query. So we want to sort it also, and we have that down below here. And as I said before, these that's in purple here, these are the different filters we can use on our query. And the blue ones are the actual data that we can query. So we have the sort and we have fields. We want to sort from our fields. And we want to sort from the front matter date. All right. And we want the order to be descending. We can prettify this maybe. No, it won't do that. All right. So that's all the sorting and filtering for this query. We're querying for the Markdown files that has the type of post set in the front matter. And we sort it in descending order by the date. And then there's, of course, a lot of stuff that we have to grab in the actual query. And we grab multiple items, in this case, multiple posts. We do that from the edges. And then we have the node. And then we're going to query the fields. And in this case, we want the reading time. And you can see that this plugin that we installed and configured has been added here automatically. So we can query for that in our GraphQL query. And we can grab the text for that one. All right. So that's the fields. It's placed inside of the fields automatically, the reading time that we installed. Then we want to grab some stuff from the front matter. So we want the date. It's enough with just the date there. We don't have to specify something special here. And then we want the title of our post, like that. And then later we're going to create our own slug for this one. And we also want the image, but due to restrictions with Gatsby, we can't really query the optimized images in this GrapQL playground. So I have to show you that in a second when we create this query in our component. We also want to grab the excerpt from our front matter. So we have that up here. So this is our query. If you press prettify, but it's already pretty, so we can't prettify it anymore. But we can press play and see what we've got. And we have all the data that we need right now. So we're going to add more stuff later. And as you can see, we get all the 15 posts here with the reading time. It gives us this text here. It's really neat, this plugin, actually. I love it because it calculates everything for us and gives us this string that we can use in our component. And they are sorted by the date. So we have the latest post first, and then it is in descending order. And we have the excerpt in this one because we're not showing the whole text here. We're going to do that in the actual post itself later. All right. So we have this query. We can copy this one here, move back to our code editor inside of our component. That's inside of pages and the index.js file. So we have the component here. We export default it just as we do in Gatsby. Then when we create a page query, we export that query also as a const. So export const, and we can call this index query. So you export a const with a name. And then we're going to use the GraphQL tag. So we have to import that one also up here. Import GraphQL from Gatsby. And this is the same GraphQL tag as we used with static queries. Won't auto format, and that's because I have started typing here. So we call our GraphQL tag function, and we have backticks. And inside of that one, we paste a query, do some auto formatting, and we can rename this query also actually to maybe blog list query. So it doesn't have to have a special name or something like that. All right, so that's our query. And this query, as it is a page query that we export here, it will get injected to our component automatically when we build the site. And it will be injected in a prop that is called data. So we can destructure that one out here, data. And we can, for now, console log it, data, like that. And we save the file. And now we have to rebuild our site. So make sure that you break the current dev server and you type, I don't know if you see here, but I'm typing npm start to restart my dev server. And it seems to be working. We just have these little warnings here that we're not using the light theme in our layout component, but that's fine. So move back inside of the browser, reload our site. Yeah, we're already logging out the other stuff here, but this is the one that we can check out. All Markdown remark. We have the edges. We have all the posts inside of here. So that's great. We know that our page query is working. So we have almost every data that we need for this home component, but we miss something, and that is the thumbnail and the image for our blog post card. So we'll do that in the next video because this one is getting a little bit long. So that's why I placed it in another video. So in the next video, we're going to fetch the images in this query also. Let's talk about optimized images in Gatsby. And I open up this page here at gatsbyjs.org. As usual, they have great documentation on this. So they tell you all about working with images in Gatsby. And Gatsby is great because it can help you to optimize your images, and this will make your site super fast. So you should use the Gatsby image component as they recommend here, and you should query your images with GraphQL queries. And that's why we installed all of these plugins before. We have the Gatsby source file system, the Gatsby plugin Sharp, and the Gatsby transformer Sharp. And the Gatsby source file system helps us find the folders and files that we want to query in the GraphQL queries. And the Gatsby plugin Sharp powers the connections between Sharp and Gatsby plugins. And the Gatsby transformer Sharp allows you to create images in the right sizes and resolutions, as they say here. So Sharp is, as they also say here, a high-performance image processing library, and we have access to that one in Gatsby. So these plugins will help us to use Sharp. And you have two types of image queries you can do with Gatsby. You have one that's called fixed and one that's called fluid. We are going to use the fluid one because that one is used for responsive images, and I tell you about the difference here. If the final image is of a fixed size, optimization relies on having multiple resolutions of the image, but we are going to use the fluid one, so it is a responsive image. So that will make the image stretch to fit the container, and optimization relies on having different sizes of the same image. All right. So this is how the GraphQL query looks for querying an image in Gatsby. And as I said, you can't use this one due to restrictions in the GrqphiQL playground. So that's why I couldn't show you that before. So we have to use this one straight in our component. You have this node that's called child image Sharp, and then you select the fluid or fixed, and you can set a max width and a max height that we actually are going to do on our thumbnail for our blog post card, and this will crop the image to the right sizes. If we don't set these ones here, it won't crop the image. And then you have what is called a GraphQL fragment. And this is essentially, as in spread in JavaScript, you spread out some predefined code here, and it tells you all about it down below here, how you can create your own fragments. You can see if you, for example, is using this query for a lot of images, you can create a fragment like this with a child image Sharp, fluid, and all of this stuff here. And you can use this fragment like this. So this Gatsby image Sharp fluid is something that is pre-made for us, and we can just, let's call it, spread it out in our query to use it. All right, may seem a little bit confusing, but these are all predefined stuff that you have to use to query your images with GraphQL in Gatsby. So let's move on inside of the code again and create the query for the image. And we can do that just below the title, I think, because we have that image in our front matter. And yet again, I can open up a post here. You can see that we have this one that's called image. And I think I mentioned it before. It's really, really important that you really have a URL here. Otherwise, it won't work. You can't leave it empty like this. It will throw an error. And there are stuff you can do to bypass this, but we won't do that in this course because I consider it as advanced. So if you have some trouble with your query, make sure to check that you actually have the URLs for the images in your front matter. But it shouldn't be a problem if you don't change these files here, because I will provide you with the correct front matter and all the URLs inside of these ones here. All right, back inside of our component. In the pages folder and the index file, just below the title, we can make the query for our images. So we have the image in our front matter, child image Sharp, and yet again, be very careful with the spelling here. It's camel case, so capital I and capital S. We have curly braces, and then we use the fluid version. We have parentheses. We're going to set the max width to 200 and the max height to 200 for our images. And we have another pair of curly braces. And then we have the GraphQL fragment, 3 dots, Gatsby image Sharp fluid. And this one has capital G, capital I, capital S, and capital F. It's always easy to misspell things, and it can be a disaster when it builds the site. If you have some trouble that you don't know what it is, make sure that you check that you spelled everything correctly. So this is it. This will grab the optimized image for us. So we save this one and npm start. And as you can see, it takes longer to build now because it's optimizing the images now. All right, so there it is. We go back to our site, reload it, and see what we've got. All Markdown remarked, the edges. We can grab a post here. We have the front matter. Here you can see we have the image. So we have the image object here, and it looks exactly the same in structure as in our query, and that's so great with GraphQL. So this is the one that we're going to send into the image component later, but for now we know that we have all the data that we need for our home component, and we're going to continue on creating our hero image, and then we're going to create the blog post card that uses all this data. So we're going to send in the data by props to the blog post card. We're going to build the hero image now, and if we take a look at this, you can see that we have this nice image and we have some text and a button here. A common thing to do when you create a hero like this is that you set a background image and you have the text and your content here. We want our background image to be optimized with Gatsby image, and we can't really do that because Gatsby image doesn't support background images by default. So I thought we could build our own little component for handling stuff like this. There are plugins that you can use for this already, but it's more fun to build it yourself because it's not actually that complicated. We have to kind of create a fake background image here where we have a div in the background with the image where we use Gatsby image to optimize that image. And then we have another div that's positioned over that one with the text and the button. So that is what we're going to do. And in this video, we're going to scaffold out the hero component. And then we create a custom hook where we use a static query to grab the data for our hero image. And then we create that special component that I call kind of a fake background image component to use in the hero component. So that's what we're going to do. So let's dive into our code. We already scaffolded out the hero component, so we can use that file here. So inside of the hero folder and the index.js file, we're going to scaffold it out even more to give it some structure. All right, so we're already importing React. We're also going to import the link component because we are going to link our button. So import link inside of curly braces. Whoops. From Gatsby, like that. And then we're going to have our background component later. So we can just put a comment there. Then later, we're going to import our custom hook, so hooks. And we're also going to import our styles. All right. And then we have our component here. We can't really do an implicit return on this one because we're going to use a custom hook. So we have curly braces, and then we have a return statement. And inside the return statement, we are going to return a wrapper div. So we have a div for that. Of course, I'm going to change these names later when we create the style components. So that's the wrapper div. Then we're going to have a div with a background image. Then we're going to have a div that's the text wrapper. And inside of the text wrapper, we're going to have an h2 tag with the title. And we're also going to have a button. Click me. Of course, we're also going to change these texts later. And this button is also going to be wrapped in the link component. So link to, and for now, we can just have a /. We can move the button up there, do some auto formatting, and there we have the structure of our component. I can see here now that this background image is actually going to wrap everything here. We can do like this instead. And it looks a little bit unstructured now and just a lot of divs here. But it will be more clear when we create the style components and change the name of these ones. So bear with me on this one. We're going to fix this soon. Okay, so that's our structure of the hero component. Let's move on to create our static query in a custom hook to fetch the data for this hero component. So we've scaffolded out our hero component and we can grab the data for this component now. And first we can take a look in the content where we have something that's called hero.md. We have a markdown file for the hero image. And I choose to place this one for this tutorial in a separate markdown file just to have a little structure on it. But you can, of course, choose how you structure this yourself and maybe have all of this stuff in one file only. It's very, very up to you how you want to do this. So structuring of your project is really a matter of personal preferences. And if you work with a team, they have probably decided on one structure that you have to follow. So for this tutorial, I have this separate hero markdown file. And it's actually just front matter in this one. I have the type of hero, then we have the image. And yet again, I can't stress this enough. You have to have this URL here to a real image. Otherwise, Gatsby will fail when it builds the site. So really important, have a real URL here to an image. All right, so then we have the hero image text and the hero image button text and the hero image button link. So that's what we're going to grab in our query. And just as before, we can start creating our query in the GrapQL playground. And for this one, we're just going to grab from one markdown file. And then we have something that's called Markdown Remark. And that's the one here. All Markdown Remark is when you want to grab from multiple Markdown files. For example, when we grab all the posts. So Markdown Remark, then we're going to do some filtering on that one. And we're going to filter our front matter. And we have something that's called type. And it's going to equal. And for us, it's going to be the type of hero. So we have to type that one in here. All right. And then from our front matter, it's down here. We are going to grab our image. And as I told you before, we can't really try that out in this GrapQL playground. So we have to leave that out for our component. But we can try out our hero image button link or hero image button text and or hero image text. And we press play. And we get that data back here. So we know that the query is working. So we grab this one here, copy it and save it for later in the memory. Go back to our code and inside our hooks, we create the new file that we call useHeroQuery, capital H, capital Q, .js. useHeroQuery.js, all right. And that's actually the last custom hook that we're going to create for this course. And then we import useStaticQuery and also the GraphQL tagged function. And we grab it from Gatsby, of course. All right. Then we create our custom hook, export const, useHeroQuery. And we have an arrow function and curly braces. And we create a const that we call data, call it whatever you want. And we call the useStaticQuery hook and send in the GraphQL tagged function. And we have backticks for that one. Just as before, and inside here, we can paste our query. Do some auto formatting. I want to rename this query also. So I call it the hero query, just to be consistent and have nice naming so we know what this is for. Okay, we have to add in our image here also. We grab that image from hero image because that is the name in the markdown in the front matter. We have curly braces and we have the child image sharp node, curly braces. And I'm going to grab a fluid image on this one also. I set the max width to 2000 on this one, I think will be enough. And then we have the fragment Gatsby image sharp fluid, just as we did in a previous video. So that's our complete query, and we have to return something down below here. So return data.markdown remark.frontmatter. Right? So this is our custom query, and let's hope it works. We can try it out now. Go back to our hero component, and we can import it here. Import useHeroQuery from hooks / useHeroQuery. Right? And inside, we call that query. And I'm going to destructure out all these properties that we get from the return data. So we have the hero image, we have the hero image text, we have the hero image BTN text. Be very careful so that you type everything in correctly here. Hero image BTN link. And these are all camel cased. Then we call the useHeroQuery like this. I'm going to remove the sidebar so you can see everything here. So I destructure out all of these properties here because this is from the data that we get back from our custom hook. And do some auto formatting, and it will put it on its own rows here. So that's nicer, of course. Okay, so that's our useHeroQuery, and then we can try out if it works. So we can put in these values here now instead. In our h2 tag, we're in JSX, so we have curly braces when we want to create a JavaScript expression. And we want our hero image text for this one. And the link to, we change this one to curly braces. And it's going to be linked to hero image BTN link. And the button, we create new curly braces. And it's, of course, going to have the hero image BTN text. Like so. Save this one, go back to our site. And as you can see, it's showing the data here. It's showing the header and the title, read more for the button. And the link is linking to contact in this case. But we haven't created this page, so that's why we get this error. But it's working. We're getting all the data. We can just check so that we get the data for the image also. So let's create a console log and hero image and save it. Go back to our side. Open up the console and see what we've got. We've got an object, we got the child image sharp and the fluid, and we have all the data about the image here. So that's great. We know that the image query is also working. Okay, so that's it. That's the custom hook for the hero component. Let's move on and create this fake background image. All right, we have created everything for a hero component except the styling. And now we're going to create the fake background image component that we're going to use inside of the hero component. So let's create a new folder inside our components folder that we call BGImage. And inside of that folder, we create a new file that we call index.js. And just as usual, we import React from React. And you can easily see here now that it would be useful to have this snippet in Visual Studio Code, and it will do all this stuff for you, import React and everything that we repeat in every component. But we won't use it here because this is a beginner's course in Gatsby and I want to be very specific and type everything out. Okay, then we're going to have the styles and we're going to create these ones in the next video. I got inspiration for this component on different places on the internet because there are people out there that have created something like this before. So I took inspiration from different approaches and created my own version because some of them was quite overkill and I didn't need overkill for this course. So I modified it and created my own instead. So let's create a const BGImage that equals to an arrow function. And for this one, we're going to have some props. We're going to have a prop that's called fluid. That's going to be the image that we send in here. We're going to have the title. We're going to have a class name. It can be good to have a class name if you want to create custom styling for your component. All right, then we're going to have the built-in children prop, because this one is going to wrap some content. So we have the arrow function, and we can make an implicit return on this one because it's only going to be JSX that we return. So we have a div that's going to be the wrapper for everything. And then we're going to have the image component from Gatsby, but I won't import it up here because in the next video, I'll show you how we can import it and use it in our style component instead, because we're going to set some styles on that component. So for now, we just have a div, the fake BG component. And then we're going to have a div that we place on top of this component. Div. And this one is going to have the class name. So we have that prop. And this is how you can customize the styles on this div if you want to do that. And then we show the children. So this is the content div that we're going to place on top of our fake background image. So that's why we have the children here. This one is going to display all the children when we use this component. All right. And then we export default BGImage and save the component. And this is it. This is actually everything you need to have in this special background component. In the next video, we're going to create some styling for it. And in the video after that, we style the hero component itself. And then we finished with the hero component. Let's create the styles for this fake background image component. And then in the next video, we're going to create the styles for the hero component and finish that one off. So we create a new file in the BGImage folder that we call BGImage.styles.js. And we import styled from styled components. And also we're going to import the image component from Gatsby for this one. So import img from Gatsby-image. So I'm going to show you how to style an already created component with style components. So first we export a const that we call wrapper. It's a style div, so style.div, we have backticks. We set the position to relative on this one. And this is really important because the one that has the text, all the content, then that is going to be placed on top is going to have an absolute positioning. So if we don't set position relative here, it will look ugly. You have to set the position relative on this one, otherwise it won't work. So it's really important to have this one set to position relative. We have a width of 100%. We set the max width. And this one I'm going to grab from our variables, our CSS variables. And we have that one in our global styles. In the root here, you can see that we set this variable to 1200 pixels. So I'm going to grab this variable inside of that component, because this is on the global styles. So we have access to these variables. So var double dash side dash max dash width. All right. And we have a margin of 0 and auto, and this will center it horizontally. Okay, so that's the wrapper. Then we have the export const, and this one I call fake BG image, like this. Or we can actually say image. And this is going to be the style component that is going to style the already created image component that we import up here. And with style components, you can call styled, and we send in the image component to that one. And then we have the usual double backticks. And we can create a CSS inside of this one. So this one is going to style this image component. And we want the position to be absolute, as I told you before. We set top to 0. We set left to 0. We set the width to 100%. We set the max height. I don't want this one to be higher than 500 pixels. I set the set index to 0. And I set the border radius to 10 pixels. I want this smooth little round edges on this one. Okay, so that's the styles for the fake BG image. Then we have one more, and that's the content. So export const content. We have a style div for that one. And we set the position to absolute on that one also. We set the top to 0, the height to 100%, the width to 100%. We want this one to cover all of this. And we set the set index to something higher than 0, so we can set it to 2. And this is the styles for our fake background component. And we can actually use this one now in our hero component. So inside the hero folder and index.js, we can import it up here. Import BGImage from components / BGImage. And we can use it here, the second div. BGImage is going to have a title of hero image. Okay, and this one is an image component that we import from Gatsby image, so it can take a fluid prop. And we have this one in our hero image. And from hero image, we're going to send in the child image sharp and the fluid object. So hero image camel casing dot child image sharp camel casing dot fluid. Really important that you check that you spell this correctly, otherwise it won't work. So this is a fake background image. And this, as you see here, is going to wrap everything we have inside of here. So this one is going to go in the content component that we created here. And we also have to, of course, import the styles inside of this component. So go back to the BGImage folder, and inside your index.js file, we import or wrapper or fake BGImage and our content from ./BGImage styles. And these ones are, of course, the ones that we created here. So we have to use them in that component also. Very important. And then we replace this div with the wrapper, the fake BGImage, and this one is going to be the content. Like so. And yeah, I can see here now I actually forgot to send in the fluid prop to this one. This is the image component from Gatsby image. And we can also set the title to the title prop. We self-close this one and remove all of this here. And save the component back to our side. We load it. And as you can see, we have this image and it's working. So that's really neat. But this one doesn't look right, and that's what we're going to fix in the next video when we set the styles for the hero component itself. We're going to finish the hero component by creating the styles for that one. And we can start off in the index.js file and type in the names of the style components. This one is going to be a wrapper, but we're also going to have a wrapper here. So I have to name this hero wrapper. And this one is going to be called text wrapper. And then we have the h2 tag and the link. And of course, I have to close this like this. So this is everything we have to change now. And this won't work now because now we have to create the styles for this one. We can remove this console log also. So inside the hero folder, create a new file that we call hero.styles.js. And we import styled from style components. Then we're also going to use some colors from the colors that we set in our global styles. So import colors from styles / global style. Right? We create the hero wrapper first, export const hero wrapper equals style.div. Double backticks. I suspect that you're starting to get a hang of this now and how it works, because we've done this a lot now. We set the margin to 20 pixels, 0, 0, 0. And we set the display to none, because I don't want to display the hero wrapper on mobile devices. And that's why we also have to have a media query, media screen, and min width, 768 pixels. And then we set it to display block. So this one is on desktop devices, and this one is set on mobile devices. So this is the hero wrapper. Then we have our text wrapper, export const text wrapper equals, and that is also going to be a style div. So style.div and backticks. And I display this as a flex because I want to center stuff in this one. And I set the flex flow to column. I align the items to center and justify content to center. And this will center it nicely for us in this div. And I want the height to 100%. And then we're going to nest some styles because we have our h2 tag. And here I set the color, and I grab from our colors, color dot blue shade 1. And these ones are, of course, set in our global styles. So we have the colors object here. So this is the blue shade property here that I just used. Okay, back to the styles, the hero.styles.js file. I want the font size to be 1.5 rem. I want the text align to be center, and I set the margin to 20 pixels. And then I'm also going to have a media query, so media screen and min width to 768 pixels. Font dash size 2.8 rem. And this is because I want to have a bigger font when we're on desktop devices. And when we're on mobile devices, we set the font size to a little bit less. Okay, so that's our h2 tag. And then we have to style our button also. So we have our button. I set the font family to Muli Black. And I have the default fallback fonts. I set the font size to 1 rem. The color, I grab from color again, so $ and curly braces, colors dot white. I set the text transform to uppercase. I want the background to be transparent. I set the border to 0. And then I set the border bottom to 4 pixels solid. And we have a $ and curly braces. And from colors, I grab the blue shade 1. So I first remove the borders, and then I set the border on the bottom itself. I set the padding to 5 pixels, 0, and I want a little transition on this one also. So I set the transition. And I'm lazy, so I just use all 0.3 seconds and ease. And then we have the pseudo element hover, because we want something to happen when we hover over this button. So I set the cursor to a pointer, and I set the opacity to 0.7. And this should be it. Do some auto formatting and save this file. And we go back inside of the index.js file because we have to import these style components here also. So import hero wrapper and text wrapper from /hero styles and save the file. I think this is it. Do I dare to look at my browser? I think I have to. I reload it and nothing happens. And why is that? Color is not defined. Okay. So it's something in here. Yeah. It should say colors, not color. I keep forgetting these S's constantly when I do stuff. I don't know why. Did we have them in 2 places only? Okay. So change these ones to colors.blueshade and colors.blueshade. And there I actually, I had an S there. Okay, great. At least something is working for me today. All right. So back to the browser, reload it, and it doesn't work. Why is that so? Global style. Okay, it's something with that naming also. Styles. Yeah, I forgot the S there also, so it should say global styles. Okay, I keep forgetting stuff. All right, let's live with that. So change this one to global styles also. And I go back for the 3rd time, and it seems to look right. Just going to try this one out also. Yeah, and it disappears on mobile devices, and that's great. That's exactly what I want. So this is how you create a hero component with a fake background image in Gatsby. We're almost finished for now with the homepage. We are going to create the pagination later, but now we're going to create these blog post cards. Go back inside the code editor, and we already created the blog post card component. We have the index.js file inside of that folder, blog post card. We're importing React, and we're also going to import the img component from Gatsby image. And we're going to use the link component also. So import curly braces link from Gatsby. Then I have provided you with some icons, and that's the icons that we see here, this little calendar and watch. So these ones are in the images folder, and they're called calendar and watch. So we can import them in our component. Import, we can call it date icon from images/calendar.svg. Then we import the time icon from images/watch.svg. It's important to have the file extensions on images here also. So don't forget that. And then we have to scaffold out this component. We have parentheses. We're going to create an implicit return on this one. This one is going to get some props that we send in from the homepage itself. So we can just structure out those props here. We're going to have the slug, the title, the date, the reading time, the excerpt, and the image. I think I'll remove the sidebar again. This is, it's quite long, but it won't put it on their own rows when I auto format it. So let's keep it like that. This one is going to have a lot of nested components. So I'm going to name them as they should be named in the style components that we create in the next video. So we won't get this component to work now in this video, but we'll fix that in the next video instead. So we're first going to have a card wrapper. that's going to wrap everything. And then we have an IMG wrapper that is going to contain the image. That's our thumbnail image. And we use the image component and send in the fluid prop. So the fluid prop is going to be the image that we have up here. All right. That's the thumbnail. Then we're going to have the text wrapper. And for the text wrapper, if we look again at our site, so we have the thumbnail here, then we have the text wrapper that is going to wrap all of this. And we want to link this header to the post itself. So back to the code, we are using the link component. And the link is going to link to the slug that we provide to this component. And inside we have the h2 tag where we show the title. So that's the title. Then I have a wrapper that I call stat wrapper. And go back to the site. It's these ones here. So we have the date and the reading time. So inside the stat wrapper, I'm also going to have a date wrapper. Oh, a lot of wrappers here. Okay, so we have the image and the source is going to be the date icon that we imported up here. We set an alt on that image. We can set it to date. We self-close it. Then below, we have the reading time wrapper. We have another image with a source of time icon. We set the alt prop to time and self-close it. And then we're going to show the reading time. And of course, we should show the date here also. So below this date icon image, we create curly braces and show the date from the prop date. And we do the same with the reading time. We have the prop reading time that we show here inside the curly braces. So as I told you, there's a lot of wrappers and nested components here. So be very careful. And below the stat wrapper, if we take a look again at our site, we have the text itself. So go back to the code. Below the stat wrapper, below the closing stat wrapper tag, we have a p tag and curly braces, and we show the excerpt. That's the excerpt for our text. So this is it. This is the BlogPostCard component. And all we have left for this one to do is to create the styles in the next video and also send in these props from the home page itself. So save the file and see you in the next video. All right, let's create the actual style components for our blog post card. So just as before, inside the blog post card folder, create a new file that we call BlogPostCard, capital B, capital P, capital C, .styles.js, blogpostcard.styles.js. And we import styled, and we're also going to use something that's called CSS for this one. And I'm going to explain that in a second from style components. All right. First, we export const, and we have our card wrapper. And that is going to equal a style div. We display it as flex. We set the min height to 150 pixels. And the margin dash bottom is going to be 40 pixels. All right, so that's our card wrapper component. Then we create another one, export const, and we have the img wrapper, and that's it's going to be a style.div backticks. We set the display to none. I don't want this image to be displayed when we're on mobile devices. I set the width to 150 pixels. I set the margin to 0, 20 pixels, 0, 0. And of course, these ones are all values that I've tried out. It's trial and error. So that's why I use exactly these values. And that is also something that I think look good. If you want to change it, do it. But please do it after you finish the course. The IMG, we're going to style the image itself. We set the border radius to 10 pixels on this one. Then we're going to have a media query. So media, screen, and min width 768 pixels. So I set the display to block on desktop devices. So that's our image wrapper. Then we export another const that we call text wrapper. And that one equals a styled div also, double backticks. I set the max width to 800 pixels. I set the h2 tag and margin 0. Do some auto formatting. And that's all we need for the text wrapper. Then we have our stat wrapper. So export const stat wrapper. We have a style.div, double backticks. We display this one as flex. I align items to center. And I told you before in the course, I'm not going to explain every detail with the CSS. So that's why I may move a little fast here when I create the CSS. I set the margin to 20 pixels and 0. So that's our stat wrapper. And then I'm going to use the CSS function that we imported up here. And this one is also a tagged function. And you can use this when you want to share styles between your components, because I want to have the same style on different components. So I create the const that I call shared style. You can name it to whatever you want. It doesn't have to be named shared style. And it's equal, and I call the CSS function with a template literal again. So I have backticks. This is a tagged function. I display flex. I align the items to center. Margin dash right is going to be 20 pixels. I set the font family to Muli Black and the default fallback fonts. I set the font size to 0.8 rem. Okay. Then I nest the styling of the image in this one. This one is going to be used for the icons. So that's why I want to have the same basic style here on the icons. I set the margin to 0, 10 pixels, and 0, 0. Then we have the components for the icons. So export const date wrapper equals a styled.div backticks. And the only thing we have to do here now is to have $, curly braces, and call our shared style. And we do the same with the last one, export const reading time wrapper equals a style.div double backticks, and we call shared style like that. Whoa, that was a lot CSS, but I think we're finished now. So save this file, go back to the index.js file or BlogPostCard component, because now we have to import these styles up here. We put a comment here, styles, just to get it nice and structured. And we import, I'm going to have these ones on their own row, the card wrapper. Then we have the IMG wrapper. We have the text wrapper. We have the stat wrapper, the date wrapper, and the reading time wrapper. A lot of wrappers here. From /blogpostcard styles. Do some auto formatting. So we import everything here, and it don't work now because we have to send in these props also to this component, and we're going to do that from the home page. So actually I thought of doing it in this video, but I split it up, so I'll do it in the next video instead. So this is just the styling. In the next video, we'll wrap everything together and make this work. Time to wrap this up and get our homepage to work for now, because we are going to add pagination later, and we're also going to add the light and dark mode and stuff like that in our header. We just finished our BlogPostCard component. We have styled it, and now we have to send in these props from the homepage itself when we use this component. Okay, so let's close this one for now and go back to the pages folder and the index.js file. That's our homepage. We're already importing it here, and we're also grabbing the data here from our page query. So we know that we have our data. We can make things a little bit easier for us. So we create a new const that we call posts. And from the data prop, we have something that's called all markdown remark and dot edges. And this will make it a little bit cleaner in our JSX. We don't have to type this out when we map through our posts. Just make sure that you spell this correctly. It's capital M and capital R on all markdown remark. Okay, so we have our blog post card below here. And this is just one card that we show. We are going to map through all the posts and show one blog post card for each post. So inside the main here, we create curly braces because we are going to create a JavaScript expression. And from our posts, we're going to map through these posts. And for each edge up here that we get, we're going to have a property that's called a node. So we can destructure out that one here. So parentheses and curly braces. It's an object that we destructure from. So we have the node. Then we have an arrow function. And I'm going to do an explicit return here. And I'm going to explain that in a second. But make sure that you get everything correct here. I have this rainbow brackets, I think it's called, that plugin in Visual Studio Code. So it's easier to see where you have your parentheses and brackets and stuff. So you have one parenthesis here where you destructure out this node property from the object. And you have one parenthesis for the map. And you have one ending curly brace because we are in JSX. So we have to have curly braces when we are creating a JavaScript expression. So make sure that you get these right. Okay, so I didn't do an implicit return, and that's because I want to create the const here that I call title, because if we don't have a title set in the front matter, we can use the slug as a title. So from our node dot front matter dot title, and I do a short circuit here, and node dot fields dot slug. So if we don't have this title here, it will use the slug instead as a title, because we don't want the title to be empty, and we can use the slug as a title. So this is what the short circuit will do for us. If this is false, it will run this one. If this is true, it will run this one. And then we can return something inside of this map method. So we can just move this blog post card component up inside of that one. And we're going to give it some props now. First, as we map through things with React, we have to set a key. And actually, I remember now, we haven't set this field yet. We're going to do that in a future video. We don't have this slug here yet. So for now, we're actually just setting the title like this. And the key, we don't have the slug for that either. We can just have the I here. You shouldn't use the index as a key, but I think it will be safe for now if we use this, and we're going to change this later because I'm going to use the slug as the key. The slug is always going to be unique. And the slug, for now, I just set it to a / as we haven't created that one yet. And I set the title to title. I set the date. We have the date in our front matter, so node dot front matter dot date. I set the reading time prop from node.fields.readingTime.text. I'm going to show you this object again. We have console logged it out before, so we're going to talk about that when I finish this one. So just bear with me here. I set the excerpt to the node.excerpt and the image from the node.frontMatter.image.child image sharp.fluid. That's the correct one, I think. That's the thing with also in Gatsby like this, when you have all these queries and stuff, you have the edges, you have the nodes. It can be quite long here when you type in all these properties here. Do some auto formatting and save it, and hopefully it will work, but probably not. It actually does. So, okay, yeah, it works. That's great. I think I said it before. I love when stuff works the first time when you do it. And as I told you, we're console logging out the object here with all the posts, so we can take a look at that one. So we have the object here. We have a property that's called all markdown remark. And let's go back to the code. That's the one I'm grabbing here. And then on that property, we have the edges that is going to contain all the posts that we get back. So I'm putting them in this const here instead, so we don't have to type this out later. And this is, of course, handy if you have to type this out all the time. We're just mapping through it once, so we're just calling it once. So it, yeah, maybe a little bit overkill, I don't know. But it's good to show you that you can do it like this to simplify stuff. Okay, so from our edges in our object that we get back, we have each post. And each post is in a node. So that's what I'm grabbing here. So I'm destructuring out the node and I use it here. In this case, I set the title to node from matter title. So if we look here, we have the node from matter and title. It looks like this. And we have the node from matter date. And it's this one here. And for the reading time, we have something that's called fields. This plugin creates the reading time in the property that's called fields. So we have the reading time here. So that's why I have to have node.fields.readingTime as I have here. And then we have the text from the reading time. So I suggest you actually inspect this object even more if you feel uncertain here. It can look a little bit complicated, or maybe not complicated, but it's all this nested stuff here that can be a bit confusing at least. And later we're going to create our own field that we call slug, and that is going to be placed here also in this property. But for now, we've actually finished the homepage, and we are going to split these posts up on different pages and just show 5 posts on each page when we add pagination. But for now, this will work. And hopefully, yes, the image disappears on mobile devices. And you can see also that the text gets smaller. So the responsive design is working. And that's nice. We're going to take a step aside from creating more pages now and start creating the context for the light and dark mode in the next video. All right, time to get a little bit advanced in this course, because now we're going to create the light and dark mode. And if we look at the site, we have this button up here where we can change the theme. And this may look easy, but it isn't that easy actually, because you have to use some advanced functions with React to achieve this. If you don't use a predefined plugin that you can use, I think there is a few plugins for this one, but I like to build stuff like this myself. And I also think it will be a great learning experience doing that. The problem here with Gatsby is that we don't really have like a main component where we can put stuff in our state and use it on all the pages, because when we navigate to another page like this, our state is not there. We don't have a component. Like, for example, when we create an application with React only, we have a component and then we have our child components inside of that, and we can have the state in that component. Or we can have a global state, of course, and that's what we're going to do here now. We're going to create a global state in Gatsby. Gatsby has something that's called the browser API. And if we look in the code in the Gatsby-browser.js, this is the file that we can use to do something like this. So what we'll do is to create a component with React context that we're going to use to wrap all the content on our site. All the pages and all the stuff is going to get wrapped with this context component. And we can achieve this by creating our context that we're going to do in this video. And in the next video, we're going to use this one in the Gatsby-browser.js file. That is the file that you use for the browser APIs. And if you want to know more about this, you can read more on this link here that they provide for you. They have the specification for the browser API there. We're going to use something that's called wrap root element that is from the browser API. And the wrap root element is something you use when you want to wrap your complete site with something. And in our case, it's going to be the ModeProvider, the mode context that we're going to create. But let's create that context first, the ModeProvider first in this video, and we'll get to this file in the next video. So inside our src folder, create the new folder that we call context. And inside of that one, inside of the context folder, we create a new file that we call ModeProvider. Capital M, capital P, and .js, ModeProvider.js. Okay. So first we import React just as usual, but then we also need to import useState because we are going to create a state for our light and dark mode. So we import this one from React. Then we're going to create the context, and context is, I think it's an advanced topic in React. And we have to export this context because we have to import the context in the component where we want to use it. In our case, it's going to be the header component. So export const, and I call it mode context. And from React dot, we have the create context. And we have parentheses, and we give it an empty array as default. So this is how you create a context with React. And a context is something you can use when you want to share something in your application to the different child components. And that way you don't have to do prop drilling and send down props all the way down the chain of components. A lot of people using it, and I'm actually also using it for creating global state. You don't have to use Redux or something like that to create a global state today in React. So a lot of people have started to use hooks and context in combination instead. But that's another topic, and maybe for another course. I actually have a video on this in my YouTube channel. So if you're interested in stuff like that, check out my YouTube channel. Search for Webenfalk and you'll find me there. Okay, then we can create this component. So const, the ModeProvider equals an arrow function, and we destructure out the children because this one is going to wrap the children. We have an arrow function. I create a state, so const dark mode and set dark mode. So this is going to be true or false. So equals useState true. I'm going to start off with a dark mode. You can choose the light mode if you want to do that instead, but I'm setting the dark mode as default for this site. And you could, of course, also call this light mode and set light mode, or call them whatever you want. It can actually be quite hard to come up with good names on all the variables and stuff. All right, then we return something. So we return we have our mode context. So from our mode context, we have a property that's called provider. And we give it a value. That's the initial value for the context. Of course, we have to have this one also, because this is a component. And this one has a value prop. So we're giving it an array with a dark mode and the set dark mode. So by doing this, we're sending down the state and the setter for the state to our context, and this will make it available all over our application. Okay, and inside of this mode context, we render out the children. So this way we can have this context as a wrapper and render out the children, and we will provide a state and a setter for the state for our light and dark mode. And then, as usual, we export default ModeProvider. So this is how you set up a global state with hooks and context in React. We have the hook useState to create the state, and we have the create context to create the context itself. And I know it may feel a little bit advanced. It really is advanced, I think. So if you don't get it the first time, please pause here and try to understand how this one works. And it will probably get more clear in the next videos when we assemble all this together to make it work. We've created our context and our provider for the context. So let's move to the Gatsby-browser.js file. And inside here, we're going to use that one to wrap our site so we get access to this context on every page and post on our site. So you can remove this text here if you want, or you can leave it in. I'm going to remove it. So import React from React, just as usual. Then we import the ModeProvider that we created in the previous video. Import ModeProvider from context / ModeProvider. So we have imported that component, and we're going to use it inside of a function that's called wrap_root_element, and that's from the Gatsby browser API. So we export that one, const wrap_root_element. It's really important to get this naming correctly. You can't name this to whatever you want. So we have an arrow function, and with the structure out the element, and the element is in this case going to be our site. And we return the ModeProvider, and we render out the elements inside of that one. You could, of course, create an implicit return if you want to do that instead. Like so. Gatsby calls the wrap_root_element, and it's going to make sure that it wraps the site, the element, with the ModeProvider. So this is how we set up our ModeProvider for our site. And this is all we have to do in this file, actually. This will provide a mode for us to use in our application. So let's move on. Important, before we move on, let's correct the mistake I made in a previous video. In the ModeProvider.js, in the context folder, React should, of course, have a capital R. So make sure that you have a capital R on React, otherwise it won't work, and save the file. It's easy to make mistakes like this with a lower or uppercase letter, but it should be an uppercase R, so that's important. All right, we're going to create the light and dark mode component now. So inside of the components folder, create another folder that's called mode button, capital M, capital B. And inside of that folder, create another file that's called index.js. And we import React with capital R from React with lowercase r. Then we're going to have our images. And this is going to be a day icon and a night icon. And I probably didn't explain that when we imported the images for our blog post card. These images are SVG files, so you don't have to use Gatsby image to optimize these images because they are already vector images. So we don't have to do that. And these ones are also going to be vector images. So that's why I import them like this in the component instead. We don't have to use the Gatsby image component. So we import day icon from images / daymode.svg. And we import night icon from images / nightmode.svg. Okay, then we're going to have some styles for this one, and I'm actually going to create these ones in this video also because it's not a lot of styling, so it wouldn't make sense to create a 30-second long video for that one or something like that. Okay, we have our component const mode button equals an arrow function. We have some props. We have the dark mode, and we have the set dark mode. So these are the ones from the context that we're going to give this component. And we're doing that in the next video. We make an implicit return. And we're going to have our img button. We give it some props. We have the source. And we check if we have the dark mode. Then we're giving it the night icon. Otherwise, we give it the day icon. So this is how we change the icon on this component. And this is just as before a turner operator. So if this is true, it will return what's to the right of the question mark. Otherwise, it returns what's to the right of the colon. We set an alt on this one, and we can type in mode. And we have an on-click handler on this one also. So we have curly braces and an inline arrow function. And we're going to have access to the setter for the dark mode. So we can call that one, set dark mode. And we have the previous state with the prev and an inline arrow function. And we just invert the value as we did before in the course. So this is going to switch between true and false. And then we have to close this component, do some auto formatting. And we export default mode button. So this is it for this component. And I'm going to create the styles now. So create a new file in the mode button folder, new file, modebutton.styles.js. We import style from style components. We export const, and we have our img button, and that one equals a styled img, a styled image. Double backticks. We set the width to 35 pixels. I want to have a pointer as a cursor. So I set cursor to pointer. And I want to have some transition. All 0.3 seconds. And with a little bit of easing. And then we have the pseudo element, hover. Transform. And we're going to scale it up a little bit on hover. So 1.1. So that's it for the styling for this one. So save this file, go back inside of the index.js file, and we import the styles up here. Import img button from /mode button styles. Something like this. And save the file. And this should be it for the mode button. In the next video, we're going to implement it on our site. We now have a mode button, but we haven't implemented it on our site. And that's what we're going to do now. So let's move inside of the header component in the header folder and index.js file. And up here, we can import that component. So just below where we import the mobile menu, let's make sure that we import the mode button from components mode button. And also we're going to use a React hook that's called useContext. So make sure that we also import that up here, useContext. And useContext is a great hook that you can use to easily access your context. And we created our context in the folder context and the ModeProvider. And as you can see here, we're exporting out our context. So we can import this context in the header. Let's be sure to import that one also. And we can do that maybe below the hooks. Context. Import mode context from context / ModeProvider. So the file name is ModeProvider, but we're importing the const that is called mode context that holds our context. So let's move down here inside our header component. We want to be able to set our light and dark mode here. So we can create this one here, const. We know that we get our dark mode and the setter for the dark mode from our context. So we destructure it out just as we do when we create the regular state. Set dark mode like this. But in this case, we're going to use context instead. And we give the use context hook or context the mode context. Like that. So by doing this, we are using our context and we get back the state for the dark mode and the setter for that mode. So we now have access to the dark mode in this component, and we also have access to the setter for that mode. And we want to have our mode button to the right in the header, as we have up here. We have already typed in this text, so we're going to replace this one now, this div here, with the real component. So we have the mode button, and we want to give it the dark mode prop. So we send in the dark mode, and we also want to give it the setter for the mode. Set dark mode. Like this. And we can self-close that one. And we do some auto formatting and save it. Okay, so that's the component. We have one more thing to do, because when we provide the theme, if we go back to the layout component, you can see that we're just giving it the dark theme here, and that's not good. We have to specify this so it changes theme depending on the mode. So we also have to grab the context and use the context in the layout component. So up here, we import use context. And just as before, we import our context, import mode context from context / ModeProvider. Like that. And this is the structure I choose to have. You could, of course, have another structure and send it down to the header by props, and then from the header down to the mode button instead, and stuff like that. But yeah, I thought it was nice to have it like this and don't have to send too much down by props. But it's all a matter of preferences, how you want to structure your application. So we have access to the context here. We can remove this console log. And from that context, we are going to need the dark mode. I'm not going to need a setter here because we're not setting this mode in this component. And then we give it our mode context, like so. And we have to switch theme depending on the context. So we can do that by checking if dark mode is true or false with the turner operator. So dark mode, if that one is true, we're going to give it the dark theme. Otherwise, we give it the light theme. Like so. We should have a fully working light and dark mode. So let's hope for that it's working. And we have the button here. Let's reload the page. You may have to restart your application and break it and run npm start, because we are using the Gatsby browser API. So if something isn't working, try to do that. Otherwise, check the stepped solutions that I provided in the starter files and compare it to my code, because this is a little bit advanced, so it may be a little bit tricky. But let's try out the button now. And it's working, and I'm so happy to see that it's working. Whoa! Great, so that's how you create your own light and dark mode button and implement it with Gatsby browser. Because when we're going to change pages later, we haven't created these ones yet, it's going to keep this state with the mode. And that's so sweet, great. And in the next section of this course, we are going to create posts and pages dynamically, and also going to create the slugs for them. And we're doing that in the Gatsby node file. So it's getting more and more advanced now, but that's the thing. I've tried to structure this course to save the more advanced things for later. Okay, we have created our homepage or index page, and we now have to create pages for our posts, because we don't have anything here now when we link to them, and also to our other pages up here. So that's what we're going to start with in this video. The first thing we have to do is to create slugs for our pages and posts, and we are going to create that in the Gatsby node file. So these videos that follows now are probably going to be the most advanced ones in this course. We could just have the slugs in our content. If we check out our posts here, I actually have this slug here in the front matter. I put it here just to show you that you can have it here if you want to do that. We could grab this slug here and create a slug from this one. But it's a little bit more flexible to create the slugs automatically in our Gatsby node file, because then you don't have to specify them here yourself. If we check out the documentation on this on the Gatsby homepage, they have something here to help us. So they have this headline here, creating slugs for pages, and that's exactly what we need to do. So this code here is what we're using. And in the node API in Gatsby, in the Gatsby node file, we have access to something that's called create node field. And with this function, we can create whatever fields we want in our GraphQL queries. So we're going to insert our own field in the Markdown. So Gatsby creates a schema for all the GraphQL queries. That means that it's going to provide us with queries for our Markdown remark or Markdown files. So what we are going to do is kind of hijack this build and tell Gatsby to please also inject this slug field so we can query for that one with GraphQL. So that's what we're going to do. So let's go back inside of our code, and inside the Gatsby-node.js file. Okay, the first thing we have to do is to import some stuff here. And remember that we're in node land now, so we can't use ES6 imports. So we create a const curly braces, and we import something that's called create file path. We require it, parentheses, and then we have something that's called Gatsby-source file system. And this one is already installed because we used the Gatsby starter. Otherwise, we have to install it ourselves. So Gatsby source file system. Then we can create a comment here. First, create the slug for posts and pages. So just as we do here, we're going to export a function. So exports with an S on create node. And this function is available to us in the node API in Gatsby. So Gatsby will run this function when it builds our site. And from this one, we just structure out some stuff. We're going to need the node, the get node, and actions. So this function gets called with an object, and we just structure out the stuff that we need from that object. We create an arrow function, curly braces, and we can just structure out some more stuff. So const curly braces. We're going to need something that's called create node field. And we grab that from actions. So we just structure out create node field from that one up here. That's called actions. Okay, then we create an if statement. If node.internal.type equals markdown remark, capital M, capital R. And we have curly braces. We will write our code inside of this if statement, and it will make sure that we just modify the queries for the markdown remark. So when GraphQL builds the schema for our site, we're now going to create code that will inject this slug field to be used in our queries. We create a new const that we call slug, and it equals, we call the create file path. We're going to create the actual path first before we create the node. We have parentheses, and we call this with an object. So this is the one that we imported up here. With this function, we can create a file path, and we give it a node. We give it the get node, and the base path is going to be content. And as we set the base path to content, that means that it will look inside a content folder. And for each of every document inside of here, that's in our case is Markdown, it's going to create the file path. So the posts is going to have a file path of posts / and the post name, for example. And I'm going to show you that when we create the GraphQL query, just after we have finished this one. Okay, so that will generate the file path for us. And now we can create the actual GraphQL node. And we do that by calling create node field, parentheses, and we call that one with an object also. We give it a node and we set a name for it. And in our case, it's going to be slug. So you could name it to whatever you want. You can, for example, name it to cool slug. And this is going to be the name that you have to specify in your GraphQL query. But I don't think that this slug is actually that cool. So I'm just going to call it slug. And we're also going to give it a value. And the value is going to be the slug. And that one is the one that we created up here. So it's the file path that we give this one here as a value. Do some auto formatting and save it. And this is everything we have to do to auto generate slugs for us. So save this one, go back inside of your terminal, break the dev server if you have it running, because we have to run it again, because we have to rebuild the site. npm start, and let's hope that it's built correctly and we have no errors. It seems to be working. Yes, it is. And let's go inside of the GraphiQL editor, reload it to make sure that we have the latest data here. And we can grab an example query here. So from all Markdown remark, I actually already have this set up here. So I grab all the posts here. I filter out from the front matter, the type that equals post. And then I grab the title and the date. And as you can see, our new field that we created is available in fields and the slug, just where we have the reading time as we grabbed before. So we run this query. And now you can see the slug here. This is the one that we created in the Gatsby node file. It has generated the slug for us here. And that's sweet, because then we don't have to specify it ourselves in our Markdown. Okay, so this is it for this video. In the next video, we're going to create the GraphQL query to grab our pages and the posts in the Gatsby node file. We've created our slug for posts and pages, and it's time to create the actual pages for those slugs. So still in the Gatsby node file, the gatsby-node.js file, we can move down here just below our onCreate node function, and we export, and we have another function that's called create pages. And I think this is the most heavily used function in Gatsby, because you use this function to create pages dynamically. And this one has to be async, because we're going to grab data with a GraphQL query in this one. So we have a parenthesis, and we destructure out the properties that we need. We need the GraphQL tag, and we need actions for this one also. We create an arrow function and curly braces, and inside of here, we can do all the stuff that we need to create our posts and pages. In this video, we're going to create the GraphQL query, and then in the next video, we'll create the templates for the posts and pages, and then we are going to auto-generate these pages with that template from this file, the Gatsby node file. But in this video, we're creating the GraphQL query itself. We create a const, and we destructure out something that's called create page. And we destructure that out from actions. This is the one that we're going to use to create the actual pages. And then we're going to grab our content. So const content equals this one. We have to await, because we are calling our GraphQL tagged function to fetch the data with GraphQL. We have parentheses and backticks. And inside the backticks, we can write our GraphQL query. And I'm actually going to type it out directly inside of this file now, and not using the GraphQL playground. I think we've used that enough now, and these are queries that's almost the same as we've done before in the GraphQL playground. So that's why. So we have curly braces, and inside of here, we're actually going to have two GraphQL queries in one. So the first one is going to be for the posts. So I name it posts, : and then I grab from all Markdown remark. And yet again, be very careful with the spelling here. Capital M, capital R. And we have parentheses, because we're going to filter this one. So filter. It can actually be good to just type out your queries this way also, because the GraphQL playground just lets you click through it and it creates the query automatically. But here you're forced to write them yourself, and that can also be a good learning experience. So we filter from front matter, lowercase letters on front matter. We have another curly braces. We have the type, colon, another pair of curly braces, and it's going to equal, colon, double quotes, very important. You need to have double quotes in your GraphQL queries. And we're looking for the posts. So we filter it with the type of post. Okay, and maybe something like that. This can be a little bit nested here and hard to see. But this is the filter, and down below here, just after the closing parenthesis, we create another pair of curly braces. And this is going to be the data that we actually want to grab. So from our edges, we're grabbing from all the posts now. And we have a node. There's a lot of curly braces here. And I want to grab from the front matter, curly braces. And I want to grab the published. And this is the one inside of the content posts. I have something that's called published here. And we can use that one to not publish any posts that we haven't set to true here. Because sometimes you are currently writing on a post and maybe save it for later. So you don't want to publish that one. So you have to set this one to true to get them published. Back to the Gatsby node file. And below the front matter, we grab from our fields our slug. That's the one that we created in the last video. So this is the query for the posts. And then we're going to have a query for our pages. So move 4 curly braces down, press enter, and just leave 1 here because that is the one that wraps the whole thing. And now we're going to create the query for our pages. So pages, colon, all markdown, remark. Just as with the post, we have parentheses, and we're going to do some filtering here also. So filter, colon, curly braces, from the front matter, colon, curly braces, type, colon, curly braces, and it's going to equal, colon, double quotes, and we want it to be a page in this case. And do some formatting like that, I think. Yeah, that's the filter for the pages. And yet again, just to the right of the ending parenthesis here, create new curly braces, and we can grab the data that we need. And we grab that from edges, node, from the fields, we want the slug. All right, do some auto formatting here. I think this is right. It's very easy, as you can understand here, to make a mistake. But I think it will work. We have the data in this content const. We can console log this one out. Console log content. Like that. Save the file. And we can't actually console log this out in the browser because this is Node. So when we console log this, we are going to see it in our terminal. So break this one here and we run npm start. And it should show up here somewhere. Yeah, it won't show us everything here now, but you can see that we have the data, we have the object, and we have the posts, and we have pages. So you can see that in our edges, we have an array. So we can just assume that we grabbed all that data because I'm not going to console log out anything more now. We're going to use this data to create our pages, and we're going to continue on with that in the next video. Before we move on and create the pages in the Gatsby node file, we have to create the templates to use for our pages and posts. So that's what we're going to do in this video. And I'm going to create the templates for the posts and pages in this video alone. And that's because they are almost identical. So I'm going to create the posts template first, and then we copy that one and create the page template. So first, inside of our source folder or SRC folder, create a new folder that you call templates. And inside of that one, create a new file that's called page.js, capital P, and post.js. capital P. Of course, you don't have to use capital P if you don't want it. That's just how I like to name my files. As I've said probably 1,000 times soon in this course, you can name them to whatever you want. So let's start with a post template. We're going to be in the post.js file. And first we import React from React. Then we're going to need a GraphQL tagged function because we're going to create a page query here. So we import GraphQL from Gatsby. All right. Then we're going to have some components. We're going to need 3 components: layout, image, and SEO. So import layout from components / layout and import image from components image. And this is a component that we haven't created yet, so we can actually do that now because it's just going to be some small styling on this one because we're using the built-in image component for optimized images. So inside our components folder, let's create a new folder that we call image and create 2 files inside of that one that's called index.js and one that's called image.styles.js. So inside the image.styles.js, import styled from style components and import img from Gatsby-image. And then we export a const that we call image and it equals styled img. So this is the way that we can send in a present component and style it with style components. So we create our styles inside of here. We set the border radius to 10 pixels. We set the max width. And we grab this width from our CSS variable. So var, we have this defined in the global styles. That's why we can grab it here. -- side max width. We set the margin to 0 and auto, and this will center it. And the max height of 300. All right, so this is it. This is all the styling that we need, and we don't need to create something in the index file, so we can just pass this along. So import image from ./image styles. So this is the component, and then we export default image. All right, so this is it for the image component. And this is going to create a smaller header image that we can use for both our posts and our pages. All right, so let's go back to our template, our post template. And we're going to import the SEO component from components /SEO. So this is the components that we need. And then we can create this post template. So const post equals parentheses. We're going to structure out the data from our page query, an arrow function, and we create a const that we call post. And from the data, we grab the markdown remark, capital R. All right, then we need to return something. And we have the layout as a wrapper. And inside the layout, we're going to have the SEO component, and we send in the title. We're going to grab the title from post.frontmatter and title. Right? Then we have the image component that we just created. We have the fluid prop, and we're going to give it from post.frontmatter.image.child image sharp capital I capital S and the fluid, and we self-close it. Then we have the main tag. We have the h2 tag, and here we're going to show the title. So curly brace post.frontmatter.title and end curly brace. Then we're going to show the actual text from our post. So we have a div, and we have something in React that's called dangerously set inner HTML. And that may sound a little bit intimidating, but it's actually not. It's just there to warn us that you shouldn't set HTML this way. But in our case, we can do it. It's safe. We grab this data from our Markdown files. So it's safe to set the HTML like this. Dangerously set inner HTML. Make sure to get the spelling correctly there. And it equals, we have curly braces, and then we give it an object. We have 2 underscores and HTML. And we give it from the post, we give it the HTML. And self-close this one. So this div is going to show all the HTML from our Markdown file. Let's do some auto formatting. And then we export default post. All right, so that's the component, but we haven't created the page query yet. And we're going to do that now. So just below where we export the post, we export a const that we can call query. We call our GraphQL tagged function with double backticks. And we can write our page query. So query, we are going to have variables in this one. So we have parentheses and a $sign. We call it slug. And it's going to be a string. And we create an exclamation mark. And this means that this can't be null. We have to specify this. All right. So we're going to send in the slug as a variable. And we're going to do that from the Gatsby node file later. Then from our Markdown remark, I'm not going to create this one in the GraphiQL playground again. Capital R on Markdown remark. Then we have our fields, colon. We have the slug, colon. And it's going to equals, so EQ, colon. We give it the variable of slug. So we have a $sign and slug. And this is how you specify a variable like this. We use this variable here. And we're going to grab the Markdown file that has the slug that we provide, because the slug is going to be unique. So we know which file to grab from by specifying the slug here. All right, then we have curly braces, and we want the HTML. We also want something from the front matter. We want the title, the date, and we want the image. So image, and then we have new curly braces. We do the shall image sharp stuff again. So shall image sharp, fluid, parentheses. I want the max width to be 2000 on this one. And then we have the fragment ... Gatsby image sharp fluid. Do some auto formatting. And this should be it. This is our page query and also our complete post template. We can't try this out yet because we're going to do that in the next video when we send in some data to it and create the posts and pages. So for now, we just have to trust that this will work. Otherwise, we'll see it in the next video and we have to fix that stuff then. But hopefully it is working. Now we're going to take all this code, so mark it and copy it, move over to the page component and paste it in there. And we can change some minor stuff here. Everything that says post should be named page. So page, capital P, this one should say page with lowercase p. And I'm actually going to change these ones in one go. So I changed these ones to page. So make sure that you change all of these to page, and also be careful because it's only the component name that should have a capital letter here. So this one should be named page. And we're going to use exactly the same page query for it. So there's nothing to change in that one. So save the file, and there you have it. That's the page template. I'm just telling you again, just make sure that you are very, very careful when you change the names here. Otherwise, it won't work. You should only have a capital P on the component and on the export. All the others here should be lowercase letters. And in the next video, we'll see if it works, because we are going to create the pages and posts in that one. So just one more thing to do before we have working pages and posts. And we have grabbed all the data in our Gatsby node file, and we have console logged it out, and it seems to work. So make sure to be in the gatsby-node.js file, and also we're going to be inside of this create pages function. So just here where we console log out the content, you can remove that one. And we create an if statement first. If content.error return. We don't do anything if there is an error. So we just return. And we can also put a nice little comment here if we want to do that. Do nothing more if error. And below here, how this is going to work is that we have the data, we have all the posts and all the pages that we grabbed in these queries here. So we're going to loop through them and create a page for each one of them. But first we can collect all the data in two nice little consts. So const all posts equals content.data.posts.edges. So that's going to be our array with all the posts, and const all pages equals content.data.pages.edges. So what we're doing here is we're grabbing, for example, in the page query here, we have the content here. So we're going to get back the data. So from content.data, we have named these pages. So we grab that with .pages, and then we have the edges. So .edges, this will give us the array of all the nodes. So we don't have to type this out every time. So that's neat. And we can loop through the posts first. So create a comment, create the individual post pages. So we have all the posts here, all posts. We're going to loop through them with a for each. So dot for each, parenthesis, and parenthesis again, and curly braces, because I'm going to destructure out the node here. And we create an arrow function and curly braces. So on each element here, I destructure out the node because that's the only one that I'm going to need. All right. Then I'm going to call the create page function, parenthesis, and we give it an object. First, we set the path for our page. So from node.fields.slug, that's the slug that we created before. Then we can choose the component to use, so component. And these are all predefined for this specific function, of course. So it's nothing that I've come up with. You have to name it path and you have to name it component. So up here, we have the path that we required before. And we call path.resolve, have backticks. And then we specify ./src/templates/post.js. So this will grab the post template. And please note that we are using relative URLs here. You can't use absolute URLs here. And then we can set the context for this page. When we create this page, we can send in data to the page context. So context. And I can create some nice comments here. Data passed to context is available in page queries as GraphQL variables. So this is how we get the slug into our template as we specified before. If we look at the template, I'm using this variable in my GraphQL query here. That is the one that we create now in this file and put it on the context. So we call it slug and give it the node.fields.slug. Do some auto formatting. And this is all we need to do to create our posts. We also need to do this for the pages. So just copy this one, paste it in below, create the individual pages like that. And we have to change some minor stuff here. The template, of course, is going to be the page template. And now the templates are the same, but I created two of them because maybe you don't want to have the same look on your page and posts. So then you can change them however you want. So that's why this may look a little bit redundant, because these are exactly the same. We just changed the template. But in many cases, your post template will look different from the page template. And of course, we also have to change what we loop through here, because now we loop through the posts and we are going to loop through all pages instead. So that's the big differences here. Otherwise, they look the same. Okay, and I can see that I actually misspelled this one here now. It should be for each and not for each. For each. Probably you saw that already. And I also forgot, because we're just going to show the posts that are published. So we can create a neat little if statement here, because in our GraphQL query, we're grabbing the published from front matter here. So inside here, where we loop through all the posts, if node.frontmatter.published, if it is published, we can create the page. Like so, do some auto formatting. So it's really simple, actually. If this isn't the true, then we don't do anything. We don't create the page. And actually, this is something we also have to do when we create the pagination and what post we are going to show on the homepage, because this is just for creating the page itself, the post itself. So if we don't do this when we create the archive page, that is going to be our homepage, in this case, it won't work, because then it will show the post in the archive, but we don't have a page for it. So it's really important that we also do this when we create the archive page. To be honest, you don't have to do it here at all, because even if we create this page, the user won't know that it's there, because if we don't show it in the post archive, you can't really click to get to that page. You have to know the specific URL to get to that page. And mostly the content on a post, on a blog post, isn't that secret, so it won't matter if the page is actually there, but you can't get to it if you don't know the actual URL. All right, and we can try this out now. So go back to the terminal. Make sure that you break the dev server if it's running, because you have to run npm start. And it seems to be working, and that's making me happy. So reload the page. We can see if the pages are working. Yes! You can see there also how GatsbyImage optimized the image when it kind of like faded up like that. So it's working. These ones aren't working now. It's just linking to the start page again, because we haven't created these URLs. We're going to do that when we create the pagination. And also, if you want to see, this is a little tip here. If you want to see what pages you have on your site, just type something in that don't exist. And this page here will show you what pages you have. So you can see that it has actually created the post pages. So it's working here, and that's great. I'm super happy. Starting to look like a site now. So in the next video, we'll create the pagination for the homepage. We have one more thing to do on our site, and that is to add the pagination. So let's start by creating the code in the Gatsby node file that will auto-generate these archive pages for us. And then in the next video, we're going to move the index page, the home page, inside a template instead, because we're going to create those pages dynamically. And the last thing to do on our side after that is to create the pagination component and add that one. So in the Gatsby-node file, we're going to create some new code here that will auto-generate the archive pages for us. So just below here, where we created the code in the last videos, we can add this code. And this is going to be the last code in the Gatsby node file. We can create a comment here, create the archive pages. And all of this code here goes inside of the create pages function. So it's very important. It should be inside of that function. All of this here. Okay, first we can create a const where we can set up how many pages we want, posts per page. And we can say 5. That's a nice number. Then we have to calculate how many pages there will be. So we create a const for that, and we can call it numPages. We do some math.ceil on this one. Then we have the length of all our posts. We've already grabbed all our posts up here, so we know how many posts we have. So all posts.length. And we divide that with posts per page. This is basic math. We divide the total posts with how many posts we want on each page, and that will give us the number of pages. We also do some math.ceil here to get a nice and even number, because we can't create half a page or something like that. All right. Then we could do this with a for loop, but I don't want to do that. I'm using for loops as little as I can, because in functional programming, we have some other stuff, some other tools available for us. So we're going to loop through this with a for each loop. But for now, we don't have anything to loop through. So we're going to create an array now that we can loop through with a for each loop. And this is also how they do it in the documentation on the Gatsby site. But you could use a for loop if you want to do that instead. But in JavaScript, we can create a new array, capital A, very important, dot from, then we have parentheses, and we give this an object, and this is a little special trick here. If we have a property that's called length on our object, this one here is going to look for the length property on this object and create an array of this length. We want the length of this array to be the number of pages, so numPages, and this will create an empty array that we can loop through. Dot for each, we have parentheses and one more parenthesis. We're not going to use the first value, so we can mark that with an underscore. We are going to use the index, and we create an inline arrow function and curly braces. So this will create the array that we want to loop through, and this could also be achieved with a for loop, as I said. But this is a fancier way of doing it. We're going to create an archive page for each of the number of pages. And we have our function, create page. That's the one that we used before up here, the same function. We give it an object as an argument, and we give it a path, and the path is going to be different depending on what archive page we're on. So if the index is 0, we know that we're on the home page and we haven't paginated to another page. If I equals 0, we have a turner operator here, so we have a question mark, backticks. Then we just have a forward slash, because this is going to be our landing page. Otherwise, we have new backticks, and we create a path now with a forward slash. We have a template literal here, so by typing $ and curly braces, we can use the I value plus 1. This is going to create a URL that has a forward slash and a number. So for example, if we're on page 2, it will be /2. Hope this makes sense. All right, comma. Then we have another property, and that's our component. And just as before, we resolve the path with path.resolve, parenthesis. And then we have the URL to our component here. So that is going to be /src/templates home.js. And we haven't created this one yet, but that's what we're doing in the next video. So this won't work if we run it now when we finish this one. So we have to wait until the next video when we created this template to run the code. All right, we have another comma and another property, and that is going to be the context. We want to send in some stuff to the page context that we can use in our page query. So we have something that's called limit in our GraphQL query. This is the way we can paginate stuff. So the limit is going to be posts per page. That is the limit that the GraphQL query will fetch for us. We have a comma and another property, skip. The skip property is for the GraphQL query to know how many posts it should skip. And in our case, it's going to be the I times posts per page. That way we send in the correct posts to our archive pages. All right. Then we have our num pages. We want that one also on the contacts. And we want the current page. And that one is going to be I plus 1 because I starts at 0. Do some auto formatting. And this is it. This will create the archive pages for us. And just as I told you before, it can seem a little bit intimidating and advanced to understand just at first sight. But pause here and look through it again and really think about what's happening on each row here. And it's actually not that complicated. So let's move on to the next video and we create the template for the homepage. Okay, we're going to move our index page from the pages folder here to a template. So in the templates folder, we create a new file. I choose to call it home instead of index. So home.js, capital H. And then we move to the pages folder and inside the index.js file. Copy that code, all of it, and move inside of the home component in the templates folder and paste it in. And then inside of the pages folder, we can actually delete this file. We don't need it anymore. So delete the index in the pages folder. And we're going to work in the home component in the templates folder. All right. So everything up here is going to be almost the same. But before we change anything here, we can change our page query. We have to modify it a little bit because now we are using variables in our query. So up here at blog list query, we create parentheses and we have a $sign and we're going to have a parameter that's called skip. And it's going to be an integer and it's going to be required. So we're using the exclamation mark. Then we have a variable that we call limit. And it's going to be an integer that is required. So we've done this before. This is how you specify variables in a GraphQL query. And now we can use them in our actual query. So just inside of here in the all markdown remark and the parentheses, we can set the limit to, you guessed it, we use our limit variable. And we have no commas here in our GraphQL queries. Then we can set the skip to our skip variable. We're sending these ones in to the page context. So that's why we can access them here. A page query has access to the page context. We want to filter out the posts that aren't published. If you remember in our content, in our posts, we have this published in our front matter here. So we're just going to grab the posts that says true here. All right, back to the home component. And inside of filter, just after this one, where we select the post from the type, we create a comma, and we can also select from published, colon, and this one should equal to true. It's getting long here. So something like this, add this one just after this curly brace here. And this will make sure that we only grab the posts that has the published in the front matter marked with true. Then we've also auto-created our slug now, so we can grab that one from fields, slug, like that. And this should be it, actually. This is all that we need to change in our GraphQL query. Now we just have to do some minor changes up here where we map through our posts. For example, our title, we're setting that one from the front matter title. But if we don't have a title, we can just set the slug as a backup. So node.fields.slug. You can have something else instead if you want to have that. You can, for example, just say, no title. Yeah, maybe that's better. Then our key is just the index value, and that's not good. You should never use the index value if we don't really have to. But now we have the slug, and the slug is going to be unique for each post. So we can grab from node fields.slug, and we use that as a key instead. And we change the slug to node.fields.slug. And everything else is going to be the same. So we save the file. We should have a fully working homepage without the pagination. So let's hope that it works. Break your dev environment and run it again. npm start. Whoops, there was something here. Yeah, and I told you this in the last video that you should create this one inside of the create pages function, and I did a mistake myself. I put this one outside of the create pages function, so move this one up inside of this one here. It's very easy to make mistakes like this, and I think I'm going to keep this in the course because this is proving the point from the last video that you should always be very aware where you put stuff. And I did this mistake myself. It should be inside of this end curly brace here. I think I made a mistake because I thought that this one was in that function also, but it's actually not. So move this one up inside of that function. That's really important, otherwise it won't work. So let's break this, clear the console, type in npm start again. And it seems to be working. Hopefully, yeah. Let's see how it looks. Reload the page. Let's see if our links work. Yeah, they do. Sweet. And we only have 5 posts on the start page. And that's great because in the next video, we're going to create the pagination so we can move back and forth. In the next video, we're going to start creating the pagination component so that we can move back and forth between the posts. We have one more component to build in this course, and that's the page navigation. Go back inside of your code, and inside the components folder, create a new folder that we call page navigation. Capital P, capital N. And we create the new file that we call index.js. And you probably guessed it, we import React from React. Then we're going to use the link in this one also. So import curly braces link from Gatsby. We have our icons that we're going to use for the page navigation, one for the forward and one for the backward. So import left icon from images / arrow -left.svg. And we don't have to optimize these ones with the Gatsby image component because these ones are already optimized as they are SVG files. So import right icon from images arrow -right.svg. And as always, it's important to actually add the file extension when you import images. Then later in the next video, we're going to import the styles here. All right. So we have a const called page navigation, and it equals parentheses, curly braces. We're going to give this one 2 props, current page and the num pages. And that's why we put those on the context so we can send them into this component. We have an arrow function. We can make an implicit return on this one. We're just going to return JSX. So we're going to have a div with a wrapper, and as always, we're going to rename these ones in the next video when we create the styles. So this is a wrapper for the complete navigation. Then we're going to have a wrapper for our image, and the image is, of course, the icons. And we have to check some stuff here. So we have curly braces. We check if the current page not equals to 1. If it's not equal to 1, we create the link that is going to go to. I'm going to explain all of this when we created the code here, so don't worry. We have backticks. We're going to navigate to / and we grab our current page. And if that one equals to 2, so we have another turner operator here that I'm also going to explain in a second. If it equals to 2, we just have an empty string. Otherwise, we navigate to current page -1. And inside of the link component, we're going to have an input with a type of image. And you may wonder, why don't I do a regular image tag? And that is because I want some accessibility also. So if you just use a regular image tag here, that's not equally as good as using an input with a type of image. We set an alt to left-nav. And we also set the source to our left icon, and we can self-close it. Do some auto formatting if it's needed. And I can explain what I did here now. We check if the current page isn't 1, because if it's 1, we know that we're on the first page, and we shouldn't show the back button. You can, of course, also set it to, maybe that's more right, actually, to set it to be if the current page is larger than 1. That's probably more correct. So let's use that one. So if we're on a page that isn't the start page, then we show the back button. And in the link here, we have a /. And if you remember from the node file here, we are setting the URL here with a / and the page number that we're on. So let's go back to our page navigation component. So we have a / and then we check if the current page equals to 2. Then we set it to an empty string. Otherwise, we give it the value of the current page -1. And we have to do this one here because if we're on the second page, we want to navigate to just a / because our start page isn't named /1. It's just named /. So that's why we have to check if we're on page 2. We just want to return an empty string here. Otherwise, we return the current page -1 because we're navigating back with this button. So that's why we have to have this turner operator here. Then in the middle, just below our image wrapper, this is going to be the image wrapper. It's going to be much more clear in the next video when we apply the styles. But here we're going to have a div that will show the current page that we're on. So we have a p tag inside of that one, and we show current page / and the number of pages. And then we can actually copy this one here and paste it in below that one. Just be careful here with all the wrapping divs. As I said, it will be much clearer in the next video when we apply the style components. So this one is going to be for the forward button. We check that the current page isn't equal to the number of pages. So the num pages, because if it is equal to the num pages, we're obviously at the last page, so we don't need to show this one. And the link to is going to be current page +1. So we don't have to do that extra check here. And the image is okay. The alt is going to be right nav, and we set the source to the right icon instead. And then lastly, we have to export default page navigation. And we do some auto formatting, and this should be it. This is our page navigation component, and we just have to style it, and then we have a fully working site. And we've done with this course, except that I'm also going to show you how to deploy it on Netlify and on Gatsby Cloud. Let's create some styling for our page navigation component. So just as before, we have to create our file for the styles. So inside the page navigation folder, create a new file that we call page navigation.styles.js. We import styled from style components. Then we export the const that we call page navigation wrapper. Whoa, long name. Be careful with the spelling. Styled.div is going to be a wrapping div. Okay, we display it as flex. We justify the content with space between. We align the items to sender. I set a width of 100%. I set a max width on this one. I'm grabbing that from the CSS variable. So double dashes, site max width. I set the margin to 0, 0, 40 pixels and 0. Okay, then I nest my input inside here. That's for the images. I set the width of 100%. I set the cursor to a pointer. The transition to all 0.3 seconds and with an ease. And I nest my pseudo hover element inside of that one. I want to set the opacity to 0.7. All right. And we have two more components. So let's create them below here. We export const img wrapper, and it equals a styled.div. Double backticks. I set the width to 30 pixels. I set the height to 30 pixels on that one. And then the last component, the last styling you have to do in this course, we export the const with a name of current. And it's going to be a div, so style.div. And we're just going to set the font family on this one. We set it to Muley Black and the default fallback fonts. Auto format it and save the file. And that's the styling for our page navigation. Let's move back to the index page and import it up here. So we import page navigation wrapper, comma, the img wrapper, the current, from / page navigation.styles. Some auto formatting again. And now we can change these ugly divs to our style components. So this one is going to be the page navigation wrapper. This one is going to be the img wrapper. And the one below is going to be the current. And this one is also going to be the img wrapper. And of course, this one broke. So page navigation wrapper on that one. And just to be sure, do some auto formatting again. And save it. And this is it. This is the last component. The only thing we have left is to import it in our index page. So move inside of your templates folder and the home component. And up here where we have the components, we can import page navigation from components and page navigation. And then we're going to insert it on our page. And it's going to be at the top of the main. So page navigation, we're going to give it the current page. And we have that in the page context. And I haven't told you this yet. We can destructure out the page context up here. Page context is something that you get for every page. So this is a default prop. So this one will contain all the variables that we send in from our Gatsby node page. So from page context, we have our current page, and we have the num pages prop, and we grab that from page context also. So page context dot num pages, like so. And we close this component and do some auto formatting and save the file, and this should be it. Hopefully this will work now, and we have finished our application. So move back inside of the terminal, break it, npm start, and let's see if it works. Very exciting now. It seems to be working. Yes, let's hope it works in the browser also. So reload it, and we have our site here. Everything is working like it should. Yes, and here we have our pagination, and we can jump between the pages, and that's awesome. Great, and the posts work, and this is our site. I'm so happy because there was a lot of videos to create for this site, and hopefully you've learned something. There's still some minor things left to do, and that is how to deploy it to Netlify and the Gatsby cloud. So that's what I'm going to show you in the next videos. Okay, we're going to check out how easy it is to deploy your site to Netlify. I assume that you have your code on GitHub, because you should have it there, because we're going to create the site from Git. And I'm also going to show you now how you just can drop it here to deploy it to Netlify. It's really that simple. So let's start by go inside of your terminal in the folder where you have your site. Make sure to run npm run build. This will build your Gatsby site, and it's an optimized build. It's not the development build that we used when we create the site. So this is something that Gatsby will do for us. It will build the site now. And everything went well. So if we look inside of our folder where we have our site, we have this public folder. Our complete site is inside of this folder. So when you use Netlify, you can create a free account. So make sure that you do that and log in. I have a lot of other sites here, but you see that we have a button, new site from Git. We're going to do that in a second also. But if we scroll down here, it says, want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git? Drag and drop your site folder here. So we can just grab this public folder that Gatsby created for us inside of here. And this will upload the files. So just wait for it, and it should be deployed. There it is. It's already deployed. I didn't even cut this in the video. It was that fast. And here's the URL for the site. And as you can see, we have the site here. So it's working. It's really that easy. Now you have to upload this site every time like this when you change something on it. And that's not good. So we're going to try one other thing here. We're going to click this button, new site from Git. So I select GitHub here. You can use Bitbucket and GitLab also. I'm using GitHub. And it connects, and it says that I'm authorized. And here I have all my Git projects. And here it is, the beginner Gatsby blog. I select that one. Here's my theme. I want to build from the master branch. And the build command is going to be Gatsby build. It knows this by default. So there's nothing really you have to do here. Just deploy the site, and it will build it for us. All right, the site is deployed. I really love this. It's so simple. A lot has happened since I started creating web pages back in '95, and it's awesome. So you have the URL here, and let's see that it works, and it does. So that's great. And you can, of course, also connect it to a custom domain name and stuff like that, but I won't go into that. So this is all there is to it. And if you want to change something on your site, you just push it. You just push the changes to your repository, and it will rebuild the site automatically. And that's really, really great, because you don't have to do anything more here. You push your code, and it will build your site again and publish it. So this is how simple it is with Netlify. In the next video, I'm going to show you that it's really that simple with Gatsby Cloud also. All right, we learned how to deploy our site to Netlify, and in this video I'm going to show you how to do it with Gatsby Cloud. So make sure that you have an account on Gatsby Cloud and you'll be logged in to this dashboard here. Okay, so we logged into Gatsby Cloud and we have this create new site button here. So let's click it. And you have two choices here. I don't have a Gatsby site yet. I already have a Gatsby site. In our case, we already have a Gatsby site. So let's choose that option and click next. And I've hooked this up to my repository on GitHub. So I'm going to select this side here and I'm going to build from master, and the base directory is a /. So that's fine. And I click next. And here you can select if you want some optional integrations to your site. For example, Contentful, Cosmic, Data, Sanity, Content Stack, Drupal. Yeah, a lot of stuff here, but we're not going to do that. So skip this step, click that button. And we're going to build from the master, and we don't have any environmental variables for this one. So we can safely click create site. And it starts to build the site. So there you have it. It took roughly 45 seconds to build the site, and that's super fast. And here we have the link to our site. It looks very strange. You shouldn't use this link. You should hook it up to a domain name. We can click it and check that everything's working, and it seems to be working, and that's awesome. And what's also awesome is this performance, accessibility, and best practices. It gives us the Lighthouse score here, and this is really, really, really awesome. I can't stress this enough because we haven't done anything special, and we get these awesome scores by default when building a site with Gatsby. So that's great. I can show you one more thing here up in the site settings. We have something that's called integrations. And here you can integrate stuff if you want to do that. And for example, let's say that we want to integrate this with Netlify. We can select this one here and click connect. And we connect our site to Netlify. I authorize it. And we select the Netlify deploy name. We can call it Gatsby Weben blog. And the theme is going to be my theme, that it's Weben Falk. And I click create. So here you have it. It's connected to Netlify. It's really that simple. So I go back to Netlify, log in, and here you have the site. So it's super, super simple, and I really love this simplicity of deploying stuff today. This was the last video in this course. I really hope that you enjoyed it. I certainly did creating it. If you want small tutorials for free, you can visit my YouTube channel. Just search for Weben Falk, and you'll find me there. See you in another one.